Well, the sun of the rain, we gon' shine. Let fall and parlay. It's summertime. We feel it good. Charlie boy and the time. Country boys from the hood. And we shining bright. We got me feeling like it's Saturday evening. Sun going down, ain't nobody leaving. And you see it, you'll believe it. Watch my white rain, hair start to recede. Talking about the time, watching the line. County reclining on the 72 drive. Trucking on vibe, street and flip fly. Shit sideways in my feet don't stop. Hell shocks high, body's gon' rock. Beating up the block, but the top they gon' knock. Turn it up, you cannot. Sun is absurd. Open up my mouth and I'ma spit a blizzard. I'm a wizard with syllables and verbs. And the children roll down when I do the nerves. Oil sipping serve, dress codes of herb. Mr. Bill Hurt goes dress my suburb. Well, the sun is gray. We gon' shine and fall and parlay. It's summertime. We feelin' good. Charlie boy and the time. Country boys from the hood. And we shining bright. Let the type all in. 24s through the hood, you know that boy crawlin'. Times drop cause it's hot on that stressed out thing. Charlie boy in the type, we the best out, man. Country boys living life like never before. Thinking platinum in the ghetto, so we better to vote. But now it's summertime, pull out the Lex in the Hummer time. Get your shine on, dawg, be a stunner time. I'm feeling good cause the hood love me. I give dap to my niggas and they all hug me. Add cash to the stands with every CD sold. $20 at the door just to see me flow. Doing well, making mail, cause I'm living my dream. DVD, changing scenes, 60-inch flat screen. I bought the house in the car with the same damn chick. 100 rocks in the watch, all invisible sick. Hit the club showing love, 20 bottles of Chris. I'm a ball blowing money like it didn't cost shit. It's the Charlie in the tight country ghetto boys. Feeling good when we shine like some ghetto stars. Well, the sun of the rain, we gon' shine. That fall and parlay. It's summertime. We feel it good. Charlie boy and the time. Country boys from the hood. And we shining bright. Flex with the third and it's hot home. If you ain't know it, be by home. Charlie mama bottle. Mansion bottle. Shipping codeine, leaning out the bottle. Man, I'm so cold. Come back to follow. I was swinging bottle coming down about $1. Talking about the love. Oh, what the fuck? What's the damn deal? Big tiger, big tug. AKA, get what you say. Grab a damn suit up in the shit, bit today. Boy, don't play. Rush a mouth wider. I'm a dick punk like a herded South Rider. Was a tom-tom. Fat bastard going faster. I'ma come swinging bones like a damn chapter. I'ma get drunk at the park on Sunday. What's up, Andy? Coley Porsche. When the sunny is gray. 2 pieces down and probably parlay from the damn summertime. Well, the sunny is gray. We gon' shine. Yo, me and Charlie go forever shine like my nigga baby. Wanna say what up to the Cash Money Millionaires. Y'all be sure to pick up that album from the big timers, you know what I mean? You caught my nigga baby CD, number stunt. And we shining bright. Loving you is cool, but getting money's the only thing that's on my mind. I don't know what to do but hustle. I be living on the street if I'm not on my grind. I'm doing the best I can. I need you to understand to be on my side. It's a hell of a sacrifice. I'm chasing this cash for life. It's a long, long ride.
It's a long ride, a lot of lonely nights. Might be a lot of fuck-ups before I finally get it right. Shit, I hope I'm worth it, cause shit, you ain't perfect. All them Gucci and Louis purses, I hope you deserve it. Stay down, only weak bitches stay down. We can't afford to just walk away from this pay now. I'm shipping shit through Greyhound, taking out kind of chances. Could be locked up, but you rocked up. Living in many mansions. Hog life, gotta get it if it's good. Niggas who get lazy end up back in the hood. If I lost it all, I'd probably lose you. So if it's paper on the table, I can't choose you.
Loving you is cool, but getting money's the only thing that's on my mind. I don't know what to do but hustle. I be living on the street if I'm not on my grind. I'm doing the best I can. I need you to understand to be on my side. It's a hell of a sacrifice. I'm chasing this I did my verse over at the cold chamber. If my pockets on flat, I can't enjoy you, baby. Doing anything without money to me is just annoying, baby. I know you love looking at satellite TV. The mother nigga shit off. You would have to look at a DVD. Bitch, I ain't trying to hold your hand and take a walk in the park. I'd rather get my hustle on so we don't have to talk in the dark and fuck a repo. I ain't giving up my bender like that. I'll be goddamn if I let the recession pit me like that. If I go to jail, it's bail money. This your red bottom and Chanel money. Plus the mortgage, fuck motel money. It smell good, but I'd rather smell money. I tennis a football field and I swear I'm a running back. So sit the fuck down and wait for me to come back with that money back. Loving you is cool, but getting money's the only thing that's on my mind. I don't know what to do but hustle. I be living on the street if I'm not on my grind. I'm doing the best I can. I need you to understand to be on my side. It's a hell of a sacrifice. I'm chasing this cash for life. It's a long, long ride. I don't want to be just news, baby. I want to be the hot topic. Eat lobster every day of my life. What the hell is a hot pocket? Catch a case, it's all good. I hide your kid shaper. Now they got to drop it. Come home, keep fucking you until you say zero. You got to stop it. When I'm done, I'm back, right back on my grind. Like YC, I got racks on racks, right back on my mind. You live in lavish, you love that shit. Cause you was broke before you was that bitch. So I hope you learn how to love that brick. Cause without that bitch, we wouldn't be shit.
Shit, without these icks, you wouldn't be shit, no red bottoms. Bragging to your friend about how you got them. Different path every time they spot them. Taking trips, first class flights. It get hard, but I live my life. I'ma make sure my money right. Grind all day and I grind all night. Like drive around in foreigns and vacate when it's boring. Time to time like it's orange. Sipping on drink till you see me soaring. I sleep good since I'm out the hood. I eat good in the street. So I'ma go get this paper. I'll be back next week. Bye.
Woo woo! What's going on, everybody? How's everybody doing tonight? Y'all know how it is. Y'all know how we get down. I'm gonna play that song, but I don't want to get in trouble by big mamas. But anyway, man, I'll be right back after this good old intro. Y'all know how we do it. Be easy. What's going on, everybody? What's going on? What's going on? How's everybody doing tonight? It is Thursday, August 1st. So, 2024. You know what that means. Y'all know what that means, right? Y'all know what that means, right? That means we have 4 Saturdays until football season starts up, mainly college football season. Let's reiterate this. We have 4. Got four Saturdays. 4 Saturdays. Starting with this Saturday, right? 4 Saturdays left until college football season. 4 Sundays left until NFL football regular season. So let's not get that twisted right there. But y'all know what time. Y'all know what it is. Y'all know how it is. It's like it is the man's holiday. When August come around, when August 1st come around, it is the man's holiday. Football season. Football season and football season will be upon us. So, and I'm talking about high school, I'm talking about college, I'm talking about pro. It's going to be here amongst us. So, y'all get ready. What's going on? What's going on, everybody? And y'all know how we do it, man. We simulcast between YouTube and Twitter. So all my folks on Twitter, make your way to the dark side on YouTube. Hit that subscribe button. And if you really interested, if you're really family, you're really my dog, become a paid member. All number for $4.99. $4.99. Y'all know how we do it, man. This is going to be an interesting topic. This is going to be an interesting conversation, because my conversation before this was, if you watched the last show that was on Monday, I was going to talk about polls, and I ain't talking about stripper polls. I ain't talking about a poll march or nothing like that. I was talking about strictly polls, POLLS. So, but you know, what happened yesterday took precedent of what I was going to talk about today. So that show would be for tomorrow afternoon. So y'all know how it is. I'm off this weekend. And of course, I got my snack. I told you I got my snack. And I got my drink. So we're gonna talk about this. Red pill, blue pill. That's how you feel. That's how you feel. Red pill, blue pill. So let's see how many people gonna be here for this. But anyway, y'all, man, let's go ahead and hit that commercial break and let you know how we get down on this channel. Be right back. It's your boy Doc Holiday. Become a subscriber on HBCU Overdrive on YouTube, and you can follow me on all social media platforms at HBCU_Overdrive on Twitter and Instagram. You can catch me on TikTok at Holiday1925 and on Facebook under my real name, David E. Smith Douglas. Also, when you become an exclusive family member, you get all the membership perks. You get all the exclusive members only videos, early access to new videos, member shoutouts, and members only live chats. And also, you can get birthday shoutouts on here and win member when you become a subscriber. You can also hit the donation to the Cash App at HBCU Overdrive. You can hit the PayPal, David Smith 1925, and you can hit the Zelle, David E. Smith 30 at gmail.com. Remember, all proceeds go towards the channel, not the pocket. All right, we back, y'all. We are back. For those coming in a little bit late, we welcome you to the show. But let's go ahead and get into some news. HBCU news tonight. Teams reporting. They reporting this week for fall practice. Good thing, y'all. It's a good thing. So we got to keep up. I got to keep it with sports. Sometimes I got to keep this with sports related. This is the first time, I really don't get into this, y'all. I don't get into this avenue, but this is the first. We got to keep it up with sports. Fall practice started they started on Monday for fall practice. Fall practice started on Monday. Most kids reported on Sunday. It is a long, arduous, and tedious road that they're going to travel because on the FCS side, most kids are trying to get into their either A, trying to get to that Celebration Bowl, or B, get into that FCS playoffs. And then on the Division II side, they all try to make the playoffs. Doesn't matter who it is, what it be like. They all try to get to playoffs. So we just want to make sure that we want to pray and wish these young men a good, healthy season, and then we'll get back to our regular scheduled program this coming up weekend, y'all. So I just had to put that out there. I just had to put that out there so everybody would know what we still going to be talking about. We're still going to be talking about our sports, but just want to give those young men a just want to give those young men appreciation and to make sure that they are healthy. So yeah. Other than that, we got preseason football that started today, and I think it's on right now. It is the Texans, and if I'm not, was it the Texans and the Bears? Well, let me check and see. It's good when you got Peacock on your phone. And I know people been watching. Have y'all been keeping up with the Olympics? Have y'all been keeping up with the Olympics? Okay, it's not on there, so it might be on the NFL Network or ESPN. But yep, it is on ABC to be exact. Been keeping up with the Olympics, man. If you watched last night, if you watched yesterday afternoon, the United States took on one of the newest formed countries in the nation, in the world, which would be South Sudan, who is coached by Royale Ivy. And if you don't know who Royale Ivy is, go look him up. Go Google that man. Do a YouTube search on him and see how he used to clamp down on everybody from college into the pros. He is the head coach of the South Sudanese team. They played the United States yesterday, and y'all know it kind of ended up in a blowout. But they made the game competitive. But we still talking about a USA team that's led by LeBron and LeBron, KD, Steph, those guys right there. G Boom, what's going on? Hmm. But yeah, it was very interesting. It was a very interesting game right there. So, but the South Sudanese team, man, has kept it. They has kept themselves in the game, and they have been pretty much um, they have been pretty much competitive. And you know, it's so crazy because these international teams not packed with all stars, but let's look. France, France. You got the NBA's defensive player of the year, 4-time defensive player of the year, Rudy Gobert. You got that damn alien that from San Antonio, Victor Wembanyama. Um, you got Evan Fournier who played in the NBA. You got Frank Ntilikina who played in the NBA. Who else can I go with? Those four. Then you got the Canadian team, which is almost chock full of NBA players. RJ Barrett, Dylan Brooks, uh, Dwight Powell, who Lou Lou Dort, um, Lou Dort, Shea Gilgis Alexander. That team is real juiced up. The German national team with the with the Wagner brothers, Franz and Mo, and Dennis Schroeder. And Daniel Tice. I've been watching the game with them, and oh my God, Daniel Tice looked like he was a man amongst boys in some of the games I've seen him. But you know, and then of course you got the Spanish team. You got who else? Australia with Patty Mills. Like, I mean, you got a lot of teams in there, but at the same time, you still got a team chock full of straight up NBA All Stars for the United States. LeBron, KD, Steph, um, let's see who else is on there. AD, um, Tyrese Halliburton, Drew Holiday, Jason Tatum, the who was the most who was the most valuable player in the finals and current $300 million man. Oh my God, Devin Booker. Um, need I say more? Need I say more? Need I say more? And and the national team is being ran by Grant Hill. And they only got one kid. They only got one guy that's that ain't even gotten to college yet, and that's Cooper Flag. And if you ever watch him play, he's only 17 years old. If you ever watch him play, he's a dog. He's a dog. He's a dog. Um, I did see a video of Clay of Clay Thompson living his best life. Took he's I see the video. He took a trip um to Cameroon with Festus Ezeli, and he out there living his best life before it's time for him to come back to Dallas. Uh, of course, like I said, football. We got so Caleb Williams is not playing tonight. Uh, CJ Stroud probably only took the first drive. So I got my phone right here next to me, that's in front of me a little bit. So I'm kind of going through to see what's going on. Yep. The Texans uniforms is not it looks nice. But then we about to get into this main topic, y'all. Just had to give you fillers before I let everybody, before people start coming in. Tank Dell, I think he's back. He should be back. I think he's back. So with football, it's a Hall of Fame game. Hall of Fame ceremony is on Saturday. I think that's going to be shown on NFL Network, if I'm not mistaken, either that or ESPN. I'm gonna look into the listing on that and let y'all know what's going on. Uh, but Hey, they'll still come back to A&M. That's good, man. As long as he still got love for the school and for some of the coaches and stuff, that's all good. But let's get into it, y'all. Let's get into it. Oh, before we get into it, let me stop. Before we get into it, because I'll forget. I will forget. Uh, we do have hoodies. We do have hoodies. They are here. We have all sizes, but most of the sizes are two sizes are gone right now. So we are left with a medium, extra large, and a 2X. So you can go ahead and get your hoodies here. This is a pre-sale for the hoodies to see how well we do as far as selling them. You can go through PayPal, Cash App, or Zelle for the hoodies. Very nice quality. The press is A1. You get your hoodies, y'all. Get your hoodies. You see the price point down there, which plus the shipping and handling. So that's how we do it. That's how we're doing it right now. And then once we get it really going, we're gonna start having a link for it. That way you go ahead and order it through the link. But just let people know that we do have hoodies here. All right. All right. Sorry about that, y'all. So let's get into the main topic right now. Let's get into the main topic: Trump versus the NABJ. And for those who wants to go ahead and get people to come on to watch and listen and kind of put their 2 cents in, and just to hear my I want to, you can hear my commentary. Spread the word. Share this with everybody on Twitter. Share this with everybody on Instagram, on Facebook, on TikTok, whatever you want to do it. Whatever you want to do it. However you want to do it. I had to change it up, man. I had to change it up. I had to change it up because, just for the sake of humanity. So let's get into it. Now, yesterday, Trump was invited to the National Association of Black Journalists convention in Chicago, Illinois. In Chicago, and he did not hesitate to start off with a bang. He did not hesitate to start off with a bang. Now, this was supposed to be an hour. This was supposed to be an hour interview / conversation with world-renowned journalist local, regional, and national and international, right? So he gets on there, he gets up there, and he starts. The first thing he started to do was to bitch about the time that said he would that the NABJ the started off late. So started off with minus 30 minutes. Um, I I I, I want to be funny. I want to be funny, but I don't I don't want nobody to cancel me over here. But hey, sir, you on black people time. Um, and y'all know there was the whole debacle. The whole debacle was that because Trump was going to the NABJ convention, uh, a lot of folks, a lot of people, a lot of us, a lot of journalists had pushback. Um, Camp, Vice President, Madam Vice President Harris, she couldn't make it, but she wanted to set up as for virtual, a Zoom meeting, and I think it would have been, nice to hear from the vice president, um, see what they had to say, see what the journalists had to ask her, Madam Vice President, about her policies and what she wants to do if she becomes the newly elected official for the United States. Um, but he's like his whole agenda yesterday. If you watch most of this, if you watched it at all, right? His whole agenda was to basically go at the reporters, and his whole agenda was to actually go at Rachel Scott. She was the one who was basically asking all questions. Uh, I like the fact that she stood her ground. Um, but how does this look to the NABJ, right? How does this look to them? Um, Now I'm trying to find a video, and um, let me see if I can find some. I think. Look, did she really stand her ground? I think she stood her ground for what I saw. I think that she stood her ground for what I saw. But at the end of the day, it was there. It was there. Let me pull this up. Right. And I'm not saying it was wrong. Not saying it was wrong because you want to hear both sides. You want to hear both candidates and what they have in store and what they can provide for the country. Um, it was they was blindsided, So like to me, it's a tussle. But then I really would have worded it like if he did shit in their face. But like, we gonna see. Um. I mean, and then when you talking to Trump, man, you can't really ask him no questions about um about actual plans of legislation because he doesn't have any. He don't have any. All right, let's go.
President Donald Trump. Have pushed false claims about some of your rivals, from Nikki Haley to former President Barack Obama, saying that they were not born in the United States, which is not true. You have told 4 congresswomen of color who were American citizens to go back to where they came from. You have used words like animal and rabbit to describe Black district attorneys. You've attacked Black journalists, calling them a loser, saying the questions that they ask are, quote, stupid and racist. You've had dinner with a white supremacist at your Mar-a-Lago resort. So my question, sir, now that you are asking Black supporters to vote for you, why should Black voters trust you after you have used language like that?
Well, first of all, I don't think I've ever been asked a question so in such a horrible manner. First question. You don't even say, hello, how are you? Are you with ABC? Because I think they're a fake news network, a terrible network. And I think it's disgraceful that I came here in good spirit. I love the Black population of this country. I've done so much for the Black population of this country, including employment, including opportunity zones with Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina, which is one of the greatest programs ever for Black workers and Black entrepreneurs. I've done so much. And, and I say this, historically, Black colleges and universities were out of money. They were stone cold broke. And I saved them and I gave them long-term financing.
All right, let's get into this right here. So let's get into this. Oh, let's get into this. So he says that, and this was the main. I think this is one of the main things that people kind of picked up. It was the dog whistle that people picked up was the fact that he said that historically Black colleges and universities were going broke. He was the one who saved HBCUs. So the Blacks. So this is my thing when it comes to it. It was legislation, but at the same time, at the same time, He cut the funding. He cut funding. Yeah, you can say you gave us money, but how much money you giving us? Are you undercutting us? You cut the funding. Each year you been in office, each year you was in office, you cut funding. I like this. Said he tried to do an accounting trade basis, said he funded HBCUs permanently. That would be like saying you funded college personally by making someone only fill out a FAFSA once. And yeah, I mean, okay, the same thing. EA, you and Sonny Boone, y'all correct. Like, where were the men on this panel? Because you had Rachel Scott from ABC News. You had Harris Faulkner from Fox, and I forgot who's the last one. But my whole thing is, Katie, okay. My whole thing is what was the fact that Rachel, Mrs. Scott, Miss Scott, I don't know if she's Miss, so Miss Scott. Biden gave HBCU 2.7 billion. Trump gave what dollar amount? I think he only gave 1.6. Yeah, I mean, it didn't. I mean, it didn't even outpace it. He cut it. He cut it. And then Biden and Harris signed, they put in the, to fund us $16 billion, and you stretch that with 107 institutions. I like this. They wanted him to appear stronger than black women, and he looked like a child in the office, not wanting to answer questions. Ha! I mean, it is like, to me, just is all man. Is it all publicity? Are we getting punked? So let's continue, y'all.
And nobody else was doing it. I think it's a very rude introduction. I don't know exactly why you would do something like that. And let me go a step further. I was invited here, and I was told my opponent, whether it was Biden or Kamala, I was told my opponent was going to be here. It turned out my opponent isn't here. You invited me under false pretense. And then you said, you can't do it with Zoom. Well, where's Zoom? She's going to do it with Zoom, and she's not coming. And then you were half an hour late. Just so we understand, I have too much respect for you to be late. They couldn't get their equipment working, or something
Mr.
was
President,
wrong.
I would love
I think
if
it's
you
a
can answer
very
the
nasty
on your
question.
rhetoric and why you
I have
believe
answered the question.
Trust you with another
I
4
have
years.
been the best president for the black population since Abraham Lincoln. That's my answer.
Better than President
That's
Johnson,
my
who signed the
answer.
Voting Rights
And
Act.
for you to start off a question and answer period, especially when you're 35 minutes late because you couldn't get your equipment to work, in such a hostile manner, I think it's a disgrace. I really do.
Let me just ask a follow-up, sir, and then we'll move on to other questions here. Some of your own supporters, including Republicans on Capitol Hill, have labeled Vice President Kamala Harris, who is the first Black and Asian American woman to serve as vice president and be on a major party ticket, as a DEI hire. Is that acceptable language to you? And will you tell those Republicans and those supporters to stop it?
How do you define DEI? Go ahead. How do you define
diversity, equity, and inclusion?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Is that what your definition?
That is
give me a
literally
definition
the words
then. Will you give me a definition
DEI.
of that? Give me a definition.
Sir, I'm asking you a question.
No,
And y'all here, as y'all seeing here, right? Ms. Scott asked the questions. He literally tries to dance around it. He literally tries to he literally is trying to maneuver his way around certain topics because he knows that he doesn't have the answer. Right. Why should they define it? Why, I mean, and this is the new trigger word for the Republican Party is, y'all know, it was woke, now it's DEI. I just wish that Black and like poor white people can filter through his bullshit and just go and say, bro, you lying. You're lying. You lying. And I'm gonna kind of filter through some of the stuff like that. So for today, and I know it's August the 1st. So today, because I am filtering through this, and it's fair use, but they might try to block it and take it down. This stream will not be monetized, so any and every viable donation is basically going to be downright truly accepted. But let's continue on with the rest of the program.
Define it for me, if you would.
I just defined it, sir. Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is only on the ticket because she is a Black woman?
Well, I can say no. I think it's maybe a little bit different. So I've known her a long time indirectly, not directly very much. And she was always of Indian heritage, and she was only promoting Indian heritage. I didn't know she was Black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn Black, and now she wants to be known as Black. So I don't know, is she Indian or is she Black?
She has always identified as a Black woman.
I respect either one.
See, these are words like you be really want to slap the shit out of somebody. Let's get into that too, man. So let me go ahead and fast forward.
Journalists in this room I know and I have great respect for. A lot of the journalists in this room are black. I will tell you that coming from the border are millions and millions of people that happen to be taking black jobs. You had the best.
What exactly is a black job, sir?
A black job is anybody that has a job. That's what it is. Anybody that has a job.
All right.
And
Mr. President,
they're taking the employment away from black people. They're coming in, they're invading. It's an invasion of millions of people, probably 15, 16, 17 million people. I have a feeling it's much more than that. And everybody's been seeing what's happened. The first group of people, the black population, is affected most by that. And Kamala is allowing it to happen. She's the border czar. She's the worst border czar in the history of the world.
See, that's right there. That's trigger words. Border czar. You know. But yeah, Melanie, I hear her saying, "Hey, let's will him back in," kind of will him back in, right? When he said black jobs, let me get my face up here, y'all. When he said black jobs, right? I literally, and I was at work, y'all. So I was at work when I watched the replay of it. And when he was like, black jobs is anybody who has a job. I'm like, but his stance was the fact that a lot of people are illegal immigrants. Now, his basically, let's say, people of Spanish and Hispanic descent, right? What's up, Mel? Yeah, they should have asked him why did the border bill get killed. When my whole thing when he said about black jobs is the fact that, like, black jobs, black people in this day and age, right? Black people are not taking jobs that require us to go into the field, into a field, right? And when I'm talking about a field, I'm talking about a sugarcane field. I'm talking about an orange grove. I'm talking about, in a sense, kind of like agriculture, right? Now, don't get me wrong. We do have black people. It is black people that do have agricultural jobs. It's most black we have black farmers and everything. But when you hear him talk about the border, something came to my mind, right? Something came to my mind. Why is it that we have to? Why is it that we have to get control of the southern border? Well, why is it? But let's kind of talk about the northern border. Let's talk about the border that's above us. That's north. That's Canadian border. Why do we have to do that? Why do we worry about what's coming through my state, my state through Texas, through Arizona, through New Mexico, through California. You know, uh, why do we have to worry about the southern border? I I live in a neighborhood in an apartment complex that is mostly, and not just mostly, majority Hispanic. Is family is men and women and children that's here. Um, it's men, they go to work. The women, they both go to work. Uh, Kids go to school. I live in an apartment complex where I feel like there is no issue, there's no problem, there's nothing, you know, that goes on. When it comes down to the weekend, them folks get paid and they about to party. They get their music, they get their drinking, they get their beer, they get whatever they want to do. They get their food, uh, and grill, and they lead a peaceful life. Uh, there we go. All problems don't come from the South. Uh, y'all get them. She making groceries, y'all. There you go. There you go. And because the fact is, they feel, Republicans feel like that if a, what they call a border hopper, um comes to this country, that they try to turn them into a Democrat. But everybody's here, be a free thinker. Let me see what you got, EA. Um and that's true, right? I know that, EA. But the thing is, at the same time, um, we talked about this last time. I think we talked about this before. Um, it's a shame when they took. It's a shame when they took trade vocational learning out of schools. We're not. I'm not trying to minimize the situation of any sort. I'm just saying we so much worry about um the southern border where we don't, and then we don't worry about the northern border. Like, I mean, to me, it's just a two-way street. And I just put it just like this: they want to control this. They try to control the southern border. They try to make sure that the pipeline of uh between um illegal immigrants and the influx of drugs. Shoot, say some people in Canada don't like it there. They bring they border hop their ass on down to the United States too. Um, but it's just, it's always been employed. It's always been a tactic for, to control the drug flow into the United States by any means necessary. If someone in Texas said, don't only worry about one border, that's enough for me. I mean, but in a sense, it's true to me. Like, I live in Dallas. It is an 8-hour drive from Dallas to the Mexican border. You could go through McAllen, you go to Laredo, Brownsville, however you want to go through. But at the same time, it's like coming into, I mean, just not coming into the United States, but even just coming into Texas. Just coming into Texas, they be on this shit. Like, if you ever drove through from, like, we drove to California. We drove to California 2 years ago. If you ever went through coming into El Paso, or you have a stop, you have a border stop. Very strict. I'm talking about looking at the cars. I'm talking about put the dogs in your car to sniff if you got anything coming into the state. Like, they're real big on it. Mm. But oh, excuse me, y'all. Let's get back to it. And I'm a breeze through this.
Be charging the officer. I guess they're charging the officer.
Someone from Illinois, an unarmed Black woman, was shot the other day in her home by a deputy sheriff. The deputy has since been charged with murder. You've said police would get immunity from prosecution if you win. Why should someone like that officer have immunity, in your opinion?
Immunity?
Immunity.
I don't know the exact case, but I saw something, and it didn't look good to me. It didn't look good to me. Are you talking with the water, right?
Yeah, well, police unions are not backing this person either.
Okay.
But again,
they're going to be charging the officer? I guess they're charging the officer.
So why should he receive immunity?
Well, he might not. I mean, it depends. It depends on what happens. I'm talking about people that are much different cases than that. We need people to protect ourselves. And by the way, in Chicago, as an example, a few weeks ago, July 4th weekend, they had 117 shootings and 17 deaths. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. We need to have our police officers have the respect and dignity back. In this particular case, I saw something that didn't look good to me. I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all.
So can you get a little more specific back to the immunity question? Who would make those
Well, right now, for the most part, people are protected by their unions, by their police unions, or by their police departments. But I'm saying if I felt, or if a group of people would feel that somebody was being unfairly prosecuted because the person did a good job maybe with crime, or made a mistake, an innocent mistake. There's a big difference between being a bad person and making an innocent mistake. But if somebody made an innocent mistake, I would want to help that person.
What would those exceptions be? What would determine
you
an
go
innocent
after
mistake?
somebody and it's a very close call and it's very dangerous. And they have the policeman's life and woman is a very difficult thing, because Sometimes you have less than a second to make a life and death decision, and sometimes very bad decisions made. They're not made from an evil standpoint, but they're made from the standpoint of they made a mistake.
So I want to follow up really quickly. I find it interesting because you do talk about reining in prosecutors, especially when it comes to prosecutors that are prosecuting you. Why doesn't that skepticism apply to law enforcement?
All right.
Well, I've been.
Let's before we get to Kadia, because that was a good question that she asked him, but we talking about Sonya Massey, and talking about Sonya Massey. I send my prayers and condolences to her family and to her friends, and to this officer who shot her. He's gonna have to see judgment. He's gonna have to see judgment. They're gonna see judgment day. When I heard that, it was like, dude, stay on. Excuse my language. Stay on topic. They asked about you. They asked about if because this officer killed a lady in her home because she called you because she felt like somebody was in her house. They asked, would officers like this man right here, will he get full immunity for what he has done? Again, he backtracked. He flip-flopped through this whole question. And if they was told not to fact check him or push back, that's on the NABJ. And yeah, it don't matter what he's saying, he's lying. He's lying through his damn teeth. Look, Brandy, we be in our group chat, You have when it comes to politics, this is your avenue. That's your avenue. Do you expect them to answer quickly? Hell no. Hell no. The thing is, he answered on brand. But you know what you're getting from him. This man had shiesty folks and all his life. He know what he doing. And no, she wasn't gonna fact check him. No, she wasn't. Blue Jack. Yeah, one of them was I think Roland Martin was in the audience, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, about to say, yeah, you can chill with Hispanics. But if you're on that gang stuff, I mean, it all depends. Yeah. Yeah, man, but look, I'm gonna kind of fast forward this, and we're gonna go right here.
President at 82,
No,
which is older than Biden is right now.
but not
Would you-
mentally. Look, mentally. they're good.
Hold on.
And they certainly don't want to see, in the case of the governor of Virginia, the former governor, I might add, who said, we set the baby aside and then we decide what to do. Meaning, what do? We execute the baby.
Can I?
That's a radical, horrible position. And some people want that. I don't want it. Most people don't.
Thank you. Can I just pivot really quickly to another question about, you brought up health, Harris. You're an active man. We see you golfing all the time. But if you win, you'll still be president at 82,
No,
which is older than Biden is right now.
not
would you-
mentally. Look, mentally. they're good.
Listen, here's the question.
He shot. But most people.
Would you consider?
Most people, I know many people in their
Yeah.
80s and their 90s that are in great shape. Some of our greatest leaders. You look at throughout the world history, the greatest leaders, some of the greatest leaders in the world were in their 80s.
But here's the question. Would you consider stepping down if you felt that your health was declining? Or would you?
Oh, absolutely.
And who would?
I think I'd know.
How would you make that decision?
I think I'd know. Look, if I came onto a stage like this and I got treated so rudely as this woman treated
Oh my
me,
goodness.
and I'm fine with it because she was very rude, sir. Very rude. That wasn't a question. She
Sorry,
didn't
you
ask
can
me a
answer the
question.
question.
She gave a statement. That wasn't a question.
I repeated
You
your
can answer the
statement, sir,
question.
actually.
You said you would. You would.
Oh,
make that
absolutely.
decision
If I
to step
thought
down.
that I was failing in some way, I want people to be sharp. I'll go a step further. I want anybody running for president to take an aptitude test, to take a cognitive test. I think it's a great idea. And I took 2 of them and I aced them.
Well, can I
got
just?
them. I took 2 of
All right, I'm gonna end it right there. So I'm just trying to make sure I won't get flagged or fined for this right here. I'm done. You said, well, all the hoes he slept with, has he ever paid for an abortion? Whoa. Yeah, that question just basically that question was just basically left field. But in a sense, it was a valid question because, dude, you're 80 years old. I mean, 80. He's 80. Whatever how the fuck he is. Excuse my language. You older than Methuselah. You older than Methuselah. Let's put it just like that. Are you able to say, I can't do this shit no more? I'm a hand out to my vice president if you get elected, and I wouldn't want that motherfucker to hand it out to the vice to his vice president because his vice president ain't shit either. So I wouldn't want that. But at the end of the day, this this it's a cult of personality. He looks up to Kim Jong-un or Kim Jong-il, wherever one of them, the North Korean dictators. He looks up to them. He looks up to Vladimir Putin, the Russian jackass. Yeah, cult of Trump, fake messiah. So you gotta ask yourself, was it even necessary? Was it even necessary for you to even bring this man to the convention and try to ask him if you try to ask them important questions. But at the end of the day, he kind of made y'all look like fools. Now you got a lot of people who have been paid members in this organization to leave out because you made them look like a fool. You made them look like a fool. So I'm opening up the floor to anybody that wants to talk. You don't have to put your face on there. All you have to do, just hit the link and say your piece. The floor is open. The floor is open. But at the end of, to me, it just did not bode well for the NABJ. You had a lot of folks, literally, yeah, a lot of folks questioning why would you bring this man who has been charged with 34 felonies in the state of New York. Really, he's a convicted felon. To such a convention with personalities from all different walks of life. Why would you even do something like that? And you know the reason why Kamala didn't say nope, because like the Democratic National Convention is in Chicago. That's coming up. What is it? This month? Next month? That's coming up. That's coming up in August. And why, like I'm saying, why try to keep giving him the stage where we gave this motherfucker the stage for 4 years? Is in 2 weeks. I figured it was. I figured it was going to be around the time. Um, I mean, just why we keep giving him the opportunity. I mean, of course, we know you give him the opportunity to make him look like an ass, a total ass. But why do we keep giving him opportunity after opportunity after opportunity to even show his face? I mean, and yeah, if he digging his own ditch, let him dig his own ditch. Bury that motherfucker and be gone with it. We all had I had the issue about 2 weeks ago when they was talking about the the attempted assassination is like, dude, you was stooped so low to try to get people to clamor up to you that you will fake an assassination. And I would agree with you on that. The more he talks, the more the VP number goes up. So hold on. Got a question right here. How can VP Harris win this year's election? How can she win this election? What is the one thing that Trump has in his back pocket that the president or the VP don't have? I think, and it's a hard think, right? It's a hard thing. I think um I think you have to turn some of those poor white people that Trump has in his back pocket. The ones that y'all see on the videos that spewing out all the misinformation, they look like they hillbilly dumb and stuff like that. I think you have to hit the heart of poor white people and let them know that, yeah, he might look like you, but is he gonna have can you get yourself to his status? There we go. Poor white people. You have to damn near pierce the soul of poor white people. Because he has them in his back pocket. Because he knows that they're not gonna fact check him. They're gonna ride with him till the wheels fall off. So this is the one thing. Um, The only thing Trump has at this point is being a man. Kamala still has to convince and prove to some male voters that the country is ready for a female president. Well, this country now had 47 presidents. All of them have been male. We had one black man as president. I don't see why it could change to being a female and another black woman. I ain't worried about racists. I'm not worried about racists. It's the ones that they poor, but they see it, they know that he wrong, but they just going along just to get along. Right? You get what I'm saying? And that's just saying. I'm just saying the ones that they know, they see that he doing wrong. They know that he doing wrong. They know that what he's spewing out there is wrong. But if they are the ones that just go along to get along, they just there for the ride. We know the rest of them don't really care. Most of these motherfuckers read past the 8th grade level. Some of them probably read past 3rd grade level. Shit. My 9-year-old reads at a 6th grade level, and she going to the 4th grade. She's smarter than most of these poor white folks up in this bitch. And that's understandable. We as Americans, when we found out our taxes with this stimulus package that they brought in for because of the pandemic, that we were going to have to pay that shit back. That our taxes wasn't going to be the same for like the next 2 or 3 years. So that return, that big return that that big return that you always was thinking about getting, you had to pay that back because you took stimulus money. That's correct. And then I'm sorry to say this, Mr. Haynes, but we said Bill Clinton was the first black president. Bill Clinton was a problem, and I know this because I've talked to that man. He is a brother, an Alpha Phi Omega, pledge of Georgetown. When they wrote that bill and he signed it, he said that was the worst mistake that he ever made in his presidency. And he didn't even talk about the Lewinsky situation. He talked strictly about that crime bill that came out. He said that was one of the worst. That was one of the worst decisions that he made as a president. That came straight from his mouth. Yeah, he didn't lower taxes for us. He raised taxes for people who made less than what it was, like somebody like me, and gave cuts to folks, to his buddies that ran big ass corporations. EA, bro. I'm gonna tell you like this. My stepfather passed away. He passed away in 2017. My stepdad ran with the vice lords. I think I don't know if it was conservative or traveling, but he used to run with Willie Lloyd. Willie Lloyd dead. Most of those, most of those guys that were politically active back in the day, either they old and don't want to be bothered, or they dead. But I asked my folks up there. I asked my folks up there in Chicago. I still got family up. I still got family up there. Yep. And then I think somebody had a somebody had a statement about why did Kamala have Meg the Stallion uh at her rally in Atlanta the other day. Yeah, the other day. Um, I'm not gonna lie to you. There's been a lot of presidents that have been intertwined with entertainers for a very long time. Um, to my knowledge, you could go all the way back to John F. Kennedy when he had. I mean, yeah, he was fucking. Excuse my language, but he was sleeping with her. But Marilyn Monroe. Um, you can talk about when Clinton had when he went on the Arsenio Hall show and played the saxophone. This man, that man got inducted as a honorary member of Kappa Kappa Psi. Uh, you can talk about. I try to see what George W. Bush, where he. I mean, George W. Bush was a freaking owner of the Texas Rangers. Um, so I mean, you talk about um uh Sean Combs and what he did. This before we all thought was, he was a saint, and he turned out to be one big ass douchebag. With his vote or die, uh, his bitch assness campaign during the Bush um, during the was it Al Gore? Was it damn? Who was that ran that year? Who ran against Bush after in 2004? Was that who was it? I'm trying to think, man. Like, yep. The games only worry about their block. Like most of them, like like I told you, my stepdad ran with. He used to ran with Willie Lloyd. Um, so yeah, his son that used to run with Jeff Fort when he was, when he had the CVLs. Um, yeah, Nancy Reagan did the commercial with Mr. T. John Kerry. Yes, that's what it was. It was John Kerry. Um, that's who it was. It was John Kerry. Um, because Al Gore ran in 2000. John Kerry ran in 04. That's when you start seeing the voter die, the voter die platform start ramping up. And they got a lot of people to vote, but he didn't win that thing. It was, I mean, I would feel that George W. Bush would give. I mean, I know he's a Republican, but I would feel that he probably would give Kamala his endorsement because he don't like Trump. He's conservative, but he is not ultra conservative. He is a moderate. What's up, Mr. Emmett? This was a good question right here. And I just had an HBCU at any college or university. At any college or university. Do you think everybody over 18 at an HBCU football game vote or know where to vote? If I'm at a university, if I have my organization at a university, the first thing I'm doing to ramp up to the first week or the second week when classes start is to ramp up a voting drive. You ramp up a voting drive. And then most of the kids are going to vote absentee because you still have kids that they come from out of state and everything. And I like this. We need to get our heads off of Trump. Kamala has a late start, but can have a big finish. They want us to keep talking about the orange men to keep some of us off track. Yeah. And just think about this. Just that first week. So I'm gonna see. It's been about 2 weeks now. It's been about 2 weeks. Yeah, it's been about 2 weeks. Look at what she done as far as them raising money. That's a lot of money that she raised. That is a lot of money that they raised. And then not only did it was called white people for Kamala, black people, the women, the black men, white women, white men, Hispanics, LGBTQ. Like everybody was coming out for this. They know what time it is. They know what the agenda is. I don't and see. Here's the thing about this. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be real with everybody. Everybody coming out, but I'm gonna be real with everybody. This ignorant shit right here. Black people don't think she's black. but she has a picture. Is it a problem that some college students from HBCUs are learning right? What do you mean by that, Lawrence? Break it down for me. I'm gonna just be real with y'all. Did the same shit with Obama. Obama daddy is Kenyan. His mama was white. Kamala's father is black Jamaican. Her mother is Indian, Southeast Asian. Like seriously, I get tired. Sometimes I get tired of hearing this. She's black, and the folks that keep talking to saying that she's not black is the same folks that don't know that they were considered fucking 3/5 of a human because they were black. And it's the old saying, my great grandma used to say this to us. She said, the best way to trick a black person to not getting any type of information is to hide it in a book. Leaning right. No, I mean most. Okay, I mean most kids think they. I think most kids believe that they can have their own choice, black or white. I mean, not black, Republican or Democrat. She is not white. Well, she went to Howard, and here's the thing. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna be done with it. We need to stop using the word boule and bourgeois in our vocabulary to minimize another black, to minimize another black person. Y'all get me? Y'all get me? But y'all get me though. We need to stop using those words, boule or bourgeois. The only time I'm gonna use the word boule is when it comes to the AKAs and they damn convention. That's the only way I'm gonna use that word just like that because that's what it means. I'm not using that word boule or bourgeois. And to me, I don't, man. I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. When it comes to who a spouse is, that spouse gonna ride for you 100%. If they down for you, they gonna ride with you 100%. If Michelle Obama was white, if she was white, if she was white like this damn diffuser right here, it wouldn't even matter. He probably would have got more of the vote. Some people talk about Kamala's husband of being because he's Jewish. Well, Fabulous, you get your rifle ready, baby. you, you mobilize and you strategize. Thank you. If this was 1950, she would be black. If this was in the 1850s, she wouldn't be considered a human. Wouldn't even be considered a human. But we had to have this talk. And I told you, I don't should have been called a Negro. We have to have talks like this. I don't, like I said, I normally don't talk about politics. I leave that for my counterpart, the home girl, the sister, she Timona, and on her platform. But when it comes down to it, especially since this is a presidential election year, we had to get on to it. We had to get it down. We had to get to it. So, if I had to, put a voting drive on my channel, we have a voting drive show to get people to go out there to vote, to register to vote. I would do that in a heartbeat. I'll do that in a heartbeat. So I don't think she's gonna pick Shapiro as a running mate. I think she either gonna go with Tim Walz from Minnesota or Andy Beshear from Kentucky. Both of them are governors of their respective states. Of course, Andy Beshear is the governor of Kentucky. And we know what happened in that state just a few years ago. Tim Walz would be a good one because of the simple fact that he, unions back him up. And Pennsylvania is a swing state. It is a swing state. So as Wisconsin, Minnesota, Kentucky, and Ohio. Those have always been battleground swing states. What you miss? We just talked about the what happened yesterday in Chicago. So if we gotta get on campus or we gotta get somewhere and we gotta mobilize and strategize a voting registration voter registration center, or wherever how we do it, gotta do it. I don't know about talk better to Timona, but I try to put my 2 cents in when it comes to politics. I'm gonna be honest with you when it comes to my politics, when it comes to anything with abortion. I believe that the woman has a right to their own body. It's not the right of a man. But as a man, it is good to know how you feel as a woman if you want to go ahead and keep a child or term a child in the early stages. All right. So I'm pro woman, put it like that. I'm also, when it comes down to policing, I am a big advocate of community police. Some where I live at in here in Irving, where on the side of town I live in, I need a person either of my color or the color of the predominant neighborhood to look exactly like this, right? Um, I am I'm very staunch on when it comes to police brutality, when it comes to police using deadly force in the wrong manner. I am very big on um, police getting their just due. When something like this happens, we gotta realize I live in Dallas. We just had Botham John. His trial was 3 years ago. Y'all know this lady only got 3 more years to be in jail. I'm big on police reform. I am big on police reform. I even talked to some of my when my last job uh in the Redbird area. I was the manager of Jimmy Jazz. It's called Snipes now. And I used to talk to police officers that guard the front all the time. And we might joke and laugh or talk about sports or something like that. Um, but um, at the same time, um, we talk about real stuff. We talk about real shit. Something just like this, like for real. We have those hard conversations that some folks don't want to have right now. When it now when it comes to finance, when it comes to money, I am I am a little conservative with my money, and that's always been about Black people. I mean, if you're a hardworking black man or woman, it's always been like that. You are moderate or you are liberal in certain areas, but when it comes to money and finance, you damn near staunch conservative when it comes to your money. Um, do I believe in government telling me what to say? I mean, government kind of controlling big business. I am, because that puts the businesses that you put the businesses in check. Um, I for somebody who wants to see uh big business get big cuts, um, big business get big tax cuts and get more money back. I'm not for that. Um, um, I live in a ultra red state. Um, but that's just my stance. That's my policy when it comes to medical when it comes to medical stuff. I am big on medical. I am big on free. I'm big on free Medicare. I'm big on Medicare, Medicaid. I'm big on free medical care for everybody, universal health care. I'm really big on that. But that I mean, I'm just saying that just what I am, how I am at this point in my life. When I was younger, when I was like in my 20s, when I first started voting, I really didn't care about how much money I spent. It's like once it's in my hands, it's gone. I'm also a type of person, staunch. I'm very staunch about not having 3 or 4 liquor stores on my block, because it tears down the Black community. Um, um, so I'm, like I said, I'm big on police reform. Police reform, we gotta have it. Um, I'm pro woman. I am pro woman. Um, I believe if you own a, I believe if you are a corporation, pay your fair share of taxes. In fact, you should be taxed higher than the rest of us, right? Um, I believe that government shouldn't have to bail out a certain industry, and y'all know what I'm talking about. Um, I believe in renewable energy. Yeah, I mean, personally, I'm personally conservative when it comes to spending, bro. When I was growing up, right? So getting into my late 20s and my early 30s, man, I I used to, if it was $100 in my pocket, I probably like spend $15 of it and keep 85 for like 3 weeks. If a child is raped, that is a hard decision right there. That's a hard thing to talk about. Um, that's a hard thing to talk about. I If child is raped, it's one of those things where you have to do, you have to do what's best for the child. And I'm not talking about I'm talking about the child that's carrying a child. Ooh, in fact, I'm gonna hit him up. I'm looking at this. I got my phone in front of me. I'm looking at this game. It's a little hard hitting game right here for the Hall of Fame game. Because we live in a microwave society, and because our society is getting younger by the year, that's the reason why you have entertainers to try to convince a young person to go out there to vote. As for, I mean, if you in our 40s and 50s and stuff like that, we look at it like, we gonna go vote anyway or who we want to vote for. But to convince a young person to go out there and vote, to go register to vote, you kind of need that. Um, I'm also in. I'm also very, very, very critical about LGBT. Q, having their rights and having the same rights as everybody else. Um, and I say this, and I said this, I put this out there. My brother, when I, you know, my brother's 37 years. His birthday is coming up, so he'll be 38 this month. But he's 37 years old. He's been in and out of the pen. But I seen the first time I seen my brother. We were together. I was probably 6, and I was probably he was probably like 2 or 3, and I was a little bit older. And then I didn't get to see. I didn't see him ages. I didn't see him until 2011, where I'm in my 30s. He was getting close to his 30s, and he was doing, tattooing and stuff like that. He gave me my only tattoo, so he tattooed me up. Found out that he was gay, and I'm like, okay, this is something hard to this is something hard to kind of understand, but this is my brother. This is his. I might not like what he does, but I'm gonna respect him and his decision because this is him. This is his life. He's old enough to think for himself. Now um he went and did some time in the Fed. He got caught with white collar crime, doing a white collar crimes and stuff like that, stealing social security number for old people. And he was on the run. He eventually got caught. They extradited him back to Texas. And he was in the federal penitentiary. He was in there for about 5 years. So at one point in time, he didn't know I got married. He didn't know I had another child, anything like that. So when he got out, I had told him what was going on and everything. And then he didn't tell me, but I found out on my own that he was on the verge of transitioning. He was transitioning into a female, and something I just couldn't. I don't know. I guess I couldn't get couldn't get it along with it because I just realized I like my brother just came back in my life and everything after over 20 years of not finding him and stuff, and to find out that he's going to transition to a female, I kind of took it hard, but at the same time, I'm like, that's still my brother. No matter what people say, that's still my brother. But she now has been living, he's been living his life now as a female. So I want, when it comes down to it, for LGBTQ community, I want to make sure that like my brother, I was now my sister, their rights are protected at all costs. So that's just something that I want to put out there in the atmosphere. And if you got a problem with me, what's um I am, if you got a problem with it, what did VP Harris say? If you got a problem with it, say it to my face. See that my ex, she said that's some old California stuff. I think it is, but I think that's just universal. But you got a problem with what my family member is doing and how they living their life, come say it to my face. Come say it to my face. Because at the end of the day, it's still our blood, my daddy's blood running through him. Okay. At the end of the day, if you want to call him Dane, that's my brother's actual name, or you want to call it Diana, that is his transitional name. They need the same rights and protections just like me, just like you. Because, man, why she got to say? Because that's a California thing. That's a California thing. Say it to my face. It's not to get support. Say it to my face, meaning like, nah, nigga, say it to my face. If you ain't got nothing nice to say to me, say it. If you feel froggy, come say it to my face. I mean, but at the end of the day, bro, you can't. So I'm gonna be honest with you. Look at this. Ain't the 1950s. This ain't the 60s. This ain't the 70s, bro. This ain't the 80s. We are in a new millennium. We are in a totally new century, bro. So everything is going to be put out like it's a sporting event, or like it's reality TV, or like American Idol and something like that, The Voice, or whatever. However you want to put whatever's out there, whatever's out there right now. Because at the end of the day, like I said, we live in a microwave society. Society is different now. We can't have the same type of society that we had 60, 70 years ago. It just ain't gonna work that way. It just ain't gonna work that way. And it's the best thing. The best thing about, I'm gonna tell you a story like this. The best thing about my grandmother, God rest her soul, Irene Dale Smith. She was the type to evolve with the time. See, my granny was born in 1936, right? So she was born in 1936 in Central Texas. Moved to South Dallas when she was a baby. Stayed in South Dallas all the way up until she's in her 20s and early 30s and moved to Oak Cliff. The best thing about this, I told you I had snacks and a drink. The best thing about this, my grandmother was able to evolve with the times. Trans people should have the same rights as everybody. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Gay people should have the same rights as everybody. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Because I'm put just like this. You put your hands on my family member, then you're gonna get vilified. You're gonna get vilified by me. I'm just putting it out there. Point blank, period. And if you don't like it, fight me. If you don't like it, fight me. No, we ended up with Trump because white people said we tired of this nigga being here as a president. We don't care about this bit this millionaire who we gonna drag that she ran 3 times. Matt Gaetz is a putz. MTG and Lauren Boebert should have stayed in their mama's into their daddy's nutsack. The Blink Bishop put all that bullshit on himself. I don't want to hear that shit, man. I don't want to hear that shit. Like Fred. And if I'm gonna be honest with you, if I seen MTG or Lauren Boebert, I said to their face, you need to be back in your daddy nutsack. We ended up with Trump. It's not because hey man, hey, let's stop the narrative of the celebrity worshiping and shit right here. Let's stop the narrative of the celebrity worshiping. We ended up with Trump because fucking white America, he got white trash ass people on his side. He got billionaires in his back pocket. He got people who feel like they need to get on their knees and suck his balls to basically he got into office. Thank you. She threw the grenade. She basically lobbed that bitch up to him, and he dunked that hoe. Come on now, man. It ain't celebrity worshiping. It ain't celebrity worshiping. Motherfucker, you got me cussing now. White people was like, we had 8 years of this nigga in the White House. It is time for us poor white trash ass people to come up and unify. Ain't no motherfucking celebrity worship. This motherfucker, he when was the last time he was on what's the damn name of his show? What's the name of the show he was on that he had? He got poor white people. He got the apprentice. Yeah, apprentice. He got poor white people in his back pocket. And they eat everything that this motherfucker say. Eat it up. Eat that thing up like it was a damn sloppy Joe or some shit like that. That's what I'm about to have when I get off of here. That's what I'm about to cook when I get off of here. But white people, thank you. White people mad that a black man was the leader. I'll stop calling this the free world because ain't shit free here in the United States. Hell, the air ain't free here. That we had a nigga in office for 8 years. It's time to get back to what it was back in the 40s, 50s, and the 60s. It's time to get the nooses out and hang motherfuckers out there. Rush Limbaugh was one of the catalysts. God don't even piss on that motherfucker right there. So how do you stop a motherfucker that's, first of all, he's demented. Second of all, he wants to be a dictator. And third of all, this motherfucker is a felon, which should disqualify him for running any type of office. Who graded him on the curve? I've always been staunch on about what he has done. Nobody graded this motherfucker on the curve. White people grade him on the curve. MAGA people graded him on the curve. I'm a black man, and I don't, just because you black, I mean, I'll put it like this. Let me say this. I don't like Tim Scott. I don't like any of them goddamn boot-licking ass motherfuckers that be kissing Donald Trump's ass. I don't like Van Jones with his punk ass. Be on CNN crying like a damn punk all the damn time. Man up, nigga. I don't like that shit. I don't like that. Come on now. Trump is the great white hope. It's been a great white hope as president 45 times. Left media easy on him because they in the pocket. Rupert Murdoch got that man in his pocket. So I'm not trying to sit here talking about what this, that, and the third has done. Like, for real. The man had 4 years. He did worse damage than what Bush did as a president. And gave it to the next person in line and say, fix this shit. Jeff Bezos. It's kind of funny when Jeff Bezos is a staunch Republican and his ex-wife, Mackenzie Scott, gives buku loads of money to goddamn HBCUs. Giving the country back. The country ain't never been theirs. Come on, the country's always been theirs. They the one who stole it from everybody else. And yeah, Bush crashed. Yeah, he crashed that economy. He crashed it, crashed that bitch, burned that hole. I'm talking about housing bubble. We talking about banks on the verge of shutting down. We talking about the auto industry on its goddamn back. Come on, man. Come on, man. And then that first in the first 2 years, Obama was in office. He had to clean all that shit up. Then you had the BP oil spill. You had you had the Charleston 9 that got killed in the church. You had a lot of shit going on. Come on, man. And you saying I'm great. This nigga on the curb, fuck that. Calling out for everything that he done. Even that Charlottesville bullshit. So what do we need to focus on? Tell me, what do we need to focus on? What do we need to focus on? Let's not say as black people. We got to talk about a whole nation. No, he tricked them motherfuckers. Stop it, man. Stop it. Come on. Stop it. So you mean to tell me we need to focus on voter suppression? Yes, that's one thing we need to do. We do need to focus on voter suppression. Poor white people have felt like they have been finessed by their own party and their own race until it took a motherfucker that looked like a goddamn orange peel to say y'all need to align with us. I got you, man. You gonna you know what's so crazy, Melanie? When I first started voting, It didn't matter. Dallas from Jackson to go vote. What up, bro?
What's up? Peace and blessings, family. I hope everybody doing well. Shout out to Uncle Sid, that cool ass Uncle Sid. Cool.
Hey,
Yeah,
man. So, what do you think? First of all, what do you think about Trump being at the convention yesterday for the NABJ?
Well, he's playing in people's face. Let's be honest. He knows that he's behind enemy lines now. So now he has to placate and try to get people to, quote unquote, let me rally the black people. Here's the thing, man. Black conservatives, you know what it is. You know what it is. You know who he is. You know what he's about, right? And I will say this for anyone that's white, if you are not wealthy, let me make that clear. If you are not wealthy, and when I mean you're not wealthy, if you have to decide which bills that you need to pay first, you ain't wealthy. Wealthy people don't consider how they pay bills. It gets paid and there's no sweat off their brow. And I'll say this, Lyndon B. Johnson said it best. If you can convince the lowest white man that he is better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. Hell, give him somebody to look down on and he'll empty his pockets for you. There are poor white people in this country right now that seem to think that orange aid is going to do something for him. He ain't did nothing for him when he was in office. He ain't going to do nothing now. He is only looking out for the wealthy. Those tax breaks, if you don't have a Fortune 500 company, them tax breaks don't apply to you. He's looking out for them. And and again, I'm not telling people who to vote for. What I'm saying is vote for someone that has your best interest. Someone that has something that you can somewhat look to and say, you know what, they may be like me. Those white men for Harris, they didn't just jump online and just donate $2 million in 30 minutes for GP. They collectively thought about where they're going to go moving forward. They got kids in school. They got wives they love. They got daughters they love. That dude is supporting people that don't give a damn about none of that. And for the black conservatives who think that guy and the Republicans that are in office right now that have done nothing for you up to this point, what makes you think they're going to start doing something for you now? That's all I'm asking. That's just a straight question. What do you think they're going to do for you now that they haven't done to this point?
My bad. I had a phone call, but you said a lot, man. You said a lot.
I mean, I'm just speaking the facts, man. I mean, all I'm saying again, Trump ain't in office, but them same Republicans that are in Congress,
and in the
the
House,
ones that make shit happen at the congressional level, they haven't even done anything for you now. You think just because they get their candidate that they're going to have some kind of magical epiphany that they're going to do something for you now, whether you black conservative or white conservative? That ain't going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, and then I don't like to say where we're pandered. We need to have Megan Thee Stallion for VP Harris to come up, but the thing is, you're trying to reach a certain demographic, right? And let's not talk bad about Meg Thee Stallion because homegirl got her college degree
Facts.
from
Facts.
Texas University, HBCU. So let's not dim the fact that she not dumb. She's doing what she's doing because she loves what she loves to rap. That is her passion. Right? That's her passion. But at the same time, we talking about trying to get a certain demographic to go out there to vote, to register to vote. But we live in states where they try to suppress you to go out to vote. They try to suppress your vote. They try to put you off the ballots. You know what I'm saying? Out of the books. Seriously. So let's kind of back that up. I mean, and the same thing with Amber Rose going over being with Trump. Is she, she made perfectly clear. Trump speaks for me because why? I'm a millionaire.
And again, Doc, you have to look at it economically. These may be your favorite rappers, favorite actors, actresses, and all that good stuff. NFL players, NBA players. That's great.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to understand they're in a different tax bracket than just normal people. So, of course, if the Republicans are talking about, well, I'm going to give a tax bracket to these people that make this minimal amount, of course that rings out to them because they're in that tax bracket. However, again, people talk about, well, maybe she shouldn't have brought Meg Thee Stallion out. Look, I'm from the old school, man. Reach them where you can teach them. You know what I'm saying? If Meg Thee Stallion can galvanize even 5,000 unregistered voters and get them to register, I don't care who they vote for. The fact that she got them to register says a lot, because now the education part, we can work that on the back end, right? So I look at it from this premise. Those young kids that may be moving around listening to a lot of disinformation, it's up to us, from the older generation, to reach out to them and give them the right information to say, hey, look, I'm not telling you who to vote for, but let's put the facts on the table. Let's look at the facts first. We're not looking at anything that piques your interest. Let's look at the facts.
Mm-hmm.
Has this person done this? Yes or no? Has this person done this? Yes or no? Right? Right now, what we have on the timeline is a bunch of sensationalism and a lot of disinformation trying to get people to hop onto it because everyone wants to go viral, which is unfortunate in this day and age because, again, you can have a simple clip, whether it be for Republicans or Democrats. It can be something that's false, and it can ruin an entire campaign just off the fact that most people won't even try to research to see if it's factual or not. They will agree based off of how viral it is, right? And that's what's bad about it. So again, man, from the older generation, we got to do our due diligence, man, to make sure that the kids are getting the right information and doing the right thing, not just for yourself, but for your kids, your grandkids. I come from a family who they were on the front lines in the civil rights movement. So for me, ain't no way my black ass is not voting. I'm not going to disrespect the ancestors who bled, cried, and died to give me the opportunity to freely vote without hesitation. I ain't going to do that.
Man, I'm going to tell y'all this. My kinfolk, stay in the B ham. We talk about the home, the mecca of the civil rights era. And I understand what you said, that you're not gonna let nobody, stop you from doing what you do. So my whole thing is go out there, register and vote. You know, I'd rather have 10 Meg Thee Stallions go 10 Meg Thee Stallion shows that end with telling somebody to go out there to register to vote than to have one sexy red damn show that don't do shit for me but tell you to go get knocked up, have a baby, and be some type of hoe. I'm sorry to say that. Excuse my language.
I mean, that's what it is, man. You know, like what Unstoppable said. They're talking about that Kamala locked up all these black men. Man, here's the question. Did they or did they not commit a crime? Now, I'm
right.
not in the
In order for you
business.
to get locked up, you had to do something.
Right. I'm
And
not in
then
the business of saying, look, brother, you are 100% guilty. I wasn't on the front lines. I don't see the evidence. What I'm saying, if the evidence points to you, ain't no white supremacists on this planet anywhere at any point in history put a gun to your head and forced you to sell dope. You made that choice on your own. So if you get locked up, you got to know the game that you playing before you start playing. You got to know the rules of it. You can't just hop in the game and say, well, you know, I'm black, so you should give me a pass. No, that's not how that goes. When you sit down at a table to play spades, if you don't know how to play spades, don't get on that table, dog. Don't get on that table, dog, because it's going to be bad for you.
But
You're going to learn the rules of spades real quick before the hand is even over. You're going to learn just how bad you done messed up. And that's where it goes, man. So again, if you're talking about guys that have done the crime, look, brother, if you've done the crime, you got to do the time. It is what it is. But I will challenge every black man and black woman that is out here. If you know anyone that's doing the wrong thing, talk to them, reach out to them, get them to understand that you can turn this thing around. Don't go down that path because we need you to register to vote. Don't get in the system so they can take it away from you, because that's what they want you to do. They want you to commit a crime so they can just snatch that vote away from you. Now you no longer have a right. Now you got that felony on your record.
Yep.
Don't let them take that away from you. Even if you decide not to use your vote, don't let them take it away from you because you didn't fail for the trap. You see what I'm saying? So again,
for the okie doke.
Again, it's all about perspective. Man, I've had elders in my life that looked me in the eye and said, listen, you can make the decision if that's what you want to do, but just know there are consequences that come with the decision that you are about to make. And can't nobody force you to make the decision, but what they can do is force them consequences on you. That's all I'm saying, bro. I ain't trying to knock nobody, man. I get it. I mean, this is a tough time that we're in. All I'm saying is make the best of the opportunity that you have. Leave this world and this government in a better place than you found it, because you got kids, grandkids, and great grandkids, people that you may never meet, that need to know that you made the decision to make things better for them. That's why I always shout out to my ancestors, people that I've never met, that sacrificed so much for me to be here, just physically. But they sacrificed so much for me to walk in the front door of a building. It's people right now that's laughing and joking and talking about Democrats haven't done anything. Civil rights means nothing. But they can walk in the front door and they can order a large grande venti whatever it is they get out of Starbucks. I don't drink Starbucks,
Yep.
man. No, no shade to Starbucks people, but you can get all of that large with caramel swirl and sprinkles and all of that. You can walk in the front door and get that. Then you can sit down in them people's establishment and use their Wi-Fi for free.
Mm-hmm.
But if those people didn't sacrifice what they did during the civil rights movement, you'll be swinging around the back door, man, trying to pick up a cold cup of coffee. So that's all I'm saying, man. I step off the step, but soapbox. I
No,
land my
you
plane
good.
there, but
You
that's
good.
all I'm
You
saying
good.
is this is where we are in this day and age, and so we have to make sure that the children that are under our watch in our neighborhood, we got to get back to the training where, because again, it used to be a time, man, where walking down the street, it was the elders. You was getting it from them before you got home. The street lights done came on, and you done forgot because you was too busy having a good time. Them elders, they giving it to
Hey,
you because you got to get home and you about to get it there. But we have to
hey,
apply that same information.
what my boy First Letter said, that light out there is synonymous. That means to take your black ass home.
Hey,
And if you ain't when that bitches ain't home, you ain't in the house by the time that damn light come on.
Like they
You know
say,
how many times I got in trouble for not coming in when the damn street light came on, and I stayed in one of the more, because back in the day, I stayed in one of the more conservative damn suburbs in Cedar Hill at the time. Come on now.
man, listen. When they say don't let the street lights catch you, your best bet is to be on the front porch when them bad boys start flickering.
Yeah.
Because if not, you late. And if you late, you know how that's gonna go.
Oh yeah.
Because my mama didn't play the dice with me.
Yeah, my uncle didn't play that shit either. Yeah, but I was just saying, when we were talking about this, talk about Kamala's her policy, locking up people and stuff like that as a prosecutor, even just as the Attorney General of California. Most folks don't know that. Some people don't know that California is a strike state.
Yep.
So when you do your third strike, guess what? You got 25 years up in that deep.
That's it. We talking about 25
We talking
straight.
about 25 straight. Ain't no parole or nothing like that. Third strike, you got to do 25 years on them things right there.
Bro, your baby is 6 months old. When you get out, your baby done already been through preschool, middle school, and high school, graduated, and already had some tough life lessons before they ever meet you face to face. That's if the mama ain't spinning the block because you ain't there to protect them.
Ooh,
You see what I'm saying? So it's like, bro, don't make a decision that's gonna cost you them years that you can't get back. Because again, we ain't promised tomorrow, but you about to freely just give up 25 of your tomorrows? Oh no, sir. No, sir.
It's a question for it. Said, if you find out someone black voted Republican, but they did nothing wrong to you, would you leave them alone? I say your vote, your choice is your choice. I've always said that. Your choice is your choice. It's just the fact that you went out there and you exercised your right to vote.
100%.
It don't matter
100%.
if you vote Republican, Democrat, Green Party, Libertarian, Independent, whatever it is. You went out there and gave you exercised and did your due diligence to go out there and vote.
100%. As long as you exercise the right.
To me, when it comes down to it, I've always said this. Even my uncle, my uncle, my auntie, always told me this. I don't need to know who you voted for. I just need to know that you went out there and voted.
100%.
If
Again,
you
as
voted
long
for
as you
Trump,
exercise the right.
But if you voted for Trump, that's on you. That's on you. But I don't need to know who you voted for. I just need to know that you went out there and voted, because there's a lot of people back in the 50s and the 60s and even the 70s that bled and died and gave their life to this stuff right here. And I would not want to sully their legacy by not going out there to vote.
Just understand when you vote for people that don't have your best interest, understand, again, there are consequences. It is what it is, because again, they can tell you whatever they want to tell you, and it can sound good.
Yep.
But if they never follow through with it, that's the finding out part from effing around. Because again, you didn't do your due diligence and find out where do they really stand on issues that impact you directly. And you have the ability as a registered voter, even in your state, you reach out to them. You ask them a direct question that requires a direct answer, not a political answer, none of that. A direct question, a yes or no question. Do you support this? Yes or no? If they give you the runaround, you already got your answer. Because again, if you have a wife, daughter, mama, auntie, a niece in your life, and these people are telling you that the state has control over their bodies more than the people that were born in that body,
right,
and you have no problem with that, you need to look in the mirror. Because if the same thing was said about men and said, hey, as a man, the state has control over your body. So what you do with your body as a man, you need to run it through the state first. And I'll say this, that'll shake up a lot of brothers. It'll shake up a lot of brothers. Because the state says, well, you know what? Everything that you do with your body, whether it be tattoos, the women you sleep with, you need to run it through the state first. It wouldn't sound too glamorous. It wouldn't sound too fun. So don't give that away for people that look like you. Because again, without a black woman, we, and I'm talking about capital we. I don't care if you say it in French or English, it's all caps. Without black women, we cease to exist. It's just that simple. So yeah, I'm gonna do everything I can to protect black women. Because I came from a woman.
Now, me as a person to sound my judgment, if I know that he's a sexual predator or a rapist, I ain't vote for that motherfucker. I'm not.
Absolutely.
I'm not. Because that goes against my fucking values. That goes against my moral compass. Especially when what was the saying that Tupac said, that keep your head up, that you were raised by a woman.
Got a name from a woman.
Got a name from a woman. Like, no, I'm not putting myself out there. But what I'm saying, the way I say it, I'm saying this as far as just to keep it respectful. And this is something that I was always taught from my grandmother, my uncle, my auntie, and my mother, and even my stepdad. You got two people on the ballot. It ain't my question to ask you who you voted for. Cause that ain't my business. You know what I'm saying? That's what he was saying. That's what my stepdad used to tell me. My uncle, my auntie used to tell me, it ain't my business who you voted for. It's just the main, as a black person, did you go out there and exercise your right to vote?
That's it.
Did you do your due diligence to go out there and vote? It don't matter if, like I said, it don't matter if you're Republican or a Democrat or a Libertarian or a Green Party or Independent or whatever Whig, whatever type of party that you are. Did you go out there and you exercised your right to vote?
That's the big thing, man. Because again,
because to me, if you are able and sound of mind and judgment to go out there and vote, and you don't do that, you don't need to talk to me. I'm gonna cut you off at all. Because why? You can't tell me. You can't tell me. Well, he not doing this. They not doing this for me and that and that and that, right? But did you go out there and vote? Did you go out there and vote for the policies and the changes right there? Because if you didn't do it, then all day yapping and yapping, that wolf talking that you doing, it's null and void now.
It is, man. I mean, think about it.
It's null and void.
You riding down the street that somebody voted on to whether to get paved or not, right?
Mm-hmm.
That driver's license fee that you paid, somebody voted on that. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
So that's what it means. It's like you complaining because you too busy staring at the tree that's in front of you and not the forest behind it.
Yep.
It's bigger issues out here, so you have to be involved and make sure, again, as a registered voter, it don't matter if it's the mayor or your state representative. As a registered voter, you have the ability to send them a direct message and say, yo, I got concerns about this. I got issues in my neighborhood that needs to be addressed. And if you get enough people behind yourself to parrot what you're saying, because it concerns you and your immediate community. Now, instead of just one person saying the problem is here, now you got 50, now you got 100, now you got 200 people that are saying, hey, we got a big pothole in the middle of the main road coming into this neighborhood. I'm tired of getting alignment on my front end because y'all don't want to fix it. I need you to do something about it. And again, if you don't want to send them a message, as a registered voter, their office is open. They got office hours.
Mm-hmm.
You can knock on the door. They're public servants.
Just like Big Red. What's my office hours? From 9
See
to
what
5.
I'm saying? Hey, knock on the door, man, and tell them, look, hey, this is what it is. So you can't stand up, get on stage and say, hey, you ain't doing nothing for black folks. Are you a registered voter? Nah, because I was kind of waiting for you to do something for black folks for me to register. Well, that's kind of, that's kind of counter-conducive to your issue.
That's asinine. I'm gonna be Stephen A for a second. I'm gonna steal his word. That's asinine right there.
Right. Like if you're not trying to let them know that you're concerned, see, they're okay with you not registering to vote. They're okay with it because they're gonna register. See, and I said this in another space. I think it was last week. Those country clubs that are in every state in the United States, yeah, it's by membership. Got to have a certain amount of money to be a member. There's a lot of stuff that goes on in there that probably may or may not interest you. But there's one thing that a lot of people don't know about. A lot of these state politicians, they get groomed inside of those country clubs.
Yep.
And I'm not talking about groomed when they in college. I'm talking about they still in middle school and preschool when they get groomed for that. So they sitting around other politicians as kids listening to what goes on in the state and being taught how to speak to the state. So by the time they're in college, they're doing political science major. Then when they come out, they all of a sudden they're in the public sphere, they're lobbies, and then they move up the chain. And all of a sudden you say, hey, who is this guy? Where did he come from? He being groomed at these country clubs. We don't have to have a physical country club as Black people, but we do have our own venues where we like to congregate, where we can groom the same Black people, Black children that can become politicians. So we have to think outside of the box and start to make sure that we have our future in our hands and in the grasp. And that's where we go from here, man. I think we can do that. Because again, Kamala Harris, shout out to her. I think she has a great chance to win. But collectively, Black people need to understand that the alternative is far worse than what she is. So if you say, well, hey, I don't agree with her, look at the opposition. Look at the Republican candidate that's on the ballot right now. Even the independent candidate that probably doesn't have at least 30% of the total registered vote. The opposition is far worse.
Yep. So I'll be honest with you. This is going to be a very interesting election year.
No doubt.
And then another thing too is, hey, young Black people, don't just wait to the presidential election to go out there to vote. You got stuff on the state, the county, the city. If you live in Kentucky or Pennsylvania, your Commonwealth. If you live in Louisiana, your parishes. We got shit to do. And see, me and my homie right here, we live in 2 states that's controlled by straight up Republicans. We got both of us got Republican governors. Sometimes I be wishing to roll this motherfucker off the damn cliff because he in a wheelchair. And somebody be telling me, nah, don't do that. He can't do nothing for himself. But he can go fuck up a damn state that I live in that I love so much. I mean, I'm just being honest. I said I'd rather have W be the damn governor of Texas again because he was conservative in his in financial spending, but he was a little bit moderate because you got to realize the man was a owner of a baseball team, so he has the mentality of trying to make money, and we had a good time. When he was a governor, like he got businesses in here and stuff like that. But when he got into the White House, that's when you start seeing, like you're saying, that being groomed in the country club at a young age. That's where you start seeing some of that stuff coming out.
That's it, bro.
And then to me, when he really said, some of the people that I had in my camp, I should not even have listened to them. I should have went off my own judgment because none of this stuff wouldn't even happen. Housing crisis, right? Auto crisis. Banks get, getting deregulated. You got people was in his back, is in his ear that was lining his pockets up, telling him to do all this stuff. Because I can't tell me that every president that has been here haven't had, other than in the 1800s or so, had somebody in their ear saying, you don't need to do this. You need to go this way. And if you do this way, then we gonna give you something. You know what I'm saying? We gonna give you something. Compensate. You know, we gonna compensate for what you have done for us.
That's that lobbying, bro. That's what I'm talking about. When they sit in them country clubs, yeah, they have lunch. Yeah, they play golf. The kids play together. But they had them business meetings, man. And I got family members that are lobbyists right now. And they'll look you in the face and they'll tell you. They work both sides of the spectrum. And they'll tell you there are people on both sides of the political spectrum that do the
Mm-hmm.
same thing. It's all about who you lobby because they all going to accept the money. It is what it is because again, you got big business. If I am an oil company and you're talking about raising taxes as a president on um, fossil fuel,
Mm-hmm.
well, I got an oil company. I don't want you to raise taxes. So I'm gonna slide you this little envelope and say, look, don't worry about them taxes right now. Just let it ride for about 3 years so I
Yeah.
can make maximum profit because I'm gonna raise the rates while
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing it because people they gonna still pay for it because I got them by the vice grip. But then you got people saying, well, you know, they're doing a great job. And that's a lot of the problem that I have with a lot of people that look at politics from a jaded lens. When you talk about, well, the Republicans are doing this or the Democrats are doing this, man, look at the numbers. You got big business that are sliding envelopes through other people to make sure that their particular needs are being met, not the people. So again, you have to make sure that you hold the politicians that you have direct connection with, you have to hold them responsible to say, look, I don't want you to raise taxes on regular working class people. And you raise the tax on these guys over here. Because again, man, I mean, the pandemic told us a lot. They made
Yep.
record breaking profit while people were suffering. Like they, bro, a bottle of bleach in my state probably hit you for maybe $1.90, maybe $2.
Mm-hmm.
Overnight, it was going for $20. It was going so fast that people were going online shopping
Yep.
from Seattle,
From
Washington, just to get it
from
shipped in.
Amazon, from Amazon
Right.
to eBay and stuff.
And people was hitting you. Well, look, man, I got it, but it's gonna hit you for about $28. A bottle of bleach. Wait, bro, the bleach was the same bleach that was on the shelf last year. But now I'm paying a super markup rate on it. So again, who benefited from it? Big business. Everybody at the house, yeah, we was back at the crib, you know, was enjoying time, you know, everything was great. But they were pimping the economy. And they made sure that they lobbied for that.
Mm-hmm.
So no, I'm for the people and I've always been for the people. When I say I'm out the mud with it from the soil, I look at people like me and you. Hey, you got daughters, you got sons. Hey, I want to see you benefit. I ain't talking about the dude that's on the other side of town, man, that live on 5,000 acres. I don't give a damn about him. He got it. He's straight. If he say
Yeah.
that he lost $100, tough titty. You'll be all right.
Man, don't get me talking about pandemic shit, bro, because
I'm just straight. I'm just saying,
I'm
bro.
talking about. I'm talking about. I'm lit. So pandemic start right. It went full effect in March, right? I had just got divorced in January of 2020, so I'm fully fresh divorced man, right? I moved back to Dallas and everything. Got a 2-bedroom apartment, and I did it for a specific reason, for my youngest daughter to have her own room. So I needed to go. You know, I usually go when I move into a new place or something like that. I go get all my cleaning supplies and stuff like that. I just do it in one fell swoop. Don't feel like running back and forth and stuff like that. So get all my stuff. And during, so like right when it started to ramp up more, when we started getting more cases here in Dallas County, people were like, you need to get hand sanitizer and toilet paper. So me, I'm just like, okay, it's just me for right now until my daughter comes up on weekends and stuff like that. So I just reply, I get 2 12-packs of toilet paper, one for her bathroom, one for my bathroom. I get 2 things of hand sanitizer, one for her bathroom, one for my bathroom, right? So I just do, you know what I'm saying? I just do 2 and 2. And I'm talking about like when we went on straight lockdown, straight quarantine lockdown, right? I'm looking and I'm trying to figure out, okay, I need to get some hand sanitizer and some toilet paper. How in the world? I'm like, everybody is stocking up on toilet paper and hand sanitizer. Now I understand the hand sanitizer, but I'm looking at the toilet paper like, you only got one asshole. You probably only got one bathroom. So why do you need all this fucking toilet paper? You know what I'm saying? Like, you acting like the end of the world is coming. It's not the end of the fucking world. A meteor is not coming. We are not getting invaded by Afghanistan or some shit like that. You probably just need two packs of 12 packs of toilet paper and probably like 2-3 things of hand sanitizer. Take your goofy ass on to the house and sit your ass down somewhere. I'm talking about, I have my homegirl. I went to school with at Stephen F. Austin, y'all. She worked at Target. She texts me, bro, I kid you not. She texts me. She's like, David, we got two, we got two 12 packs of toilet paper here, and we got 2 hand sanitizers here. Let me do you need any of this? I said, hold that shit for me. I stayed around the corner from Target. I done sped my ass going down Westmoreland, hit Wheat, bust that left on Wheatland. I done got to Target so damn fast. Look here. I'm about to pay for it. Can you use your discount? You can't use a discount on it. But anyway, I'm about to pay for this stuff and get to the house before anybody come see me and try to jack me for it. I'm talking about it's worse than getting goddamn shoes. I'm talking about it worse than getting sneakers. Standing in line to get you some sneakers. Can you hear me?
Oh, I'm telling you that whole pandemic, bro, it caught a lot of people off guard.
Oh shit. My bad.
My wife, she was very diligent. She kind of picked up a lot of my ways, and so she understood the need to always be prepared. She understood, the old, um, verbiage that we had, stay ready and got to get ready. Shout out to Ty. Yeah, absolutely. You know what it is. We ain't talking about little puppies because they wasn't
We
ready.
ain't talking about football tonight.
Yeah, whatever. But my wife, man, shout out to her, man, because she understood to be always ready, right? And I'll tell anybody, man, when you have a crisis on hand, there are certain things that you need to always have in your home, apartment, wherever it is.
Mm-hmm.
I get it. People was going out getting toilet paper and, tissue and all that good stuff. But have water. have water, and if you got a barbecue grill, got a grill at home, keep you some wood and keep some charcoal. We had a hurricane that came through a few years back, and the lights were out for like 3 or 4 days, right? And most of my neighbors, they had electric stoves. I was outside on the grill. I wasn't playing. I felt like I was tailgating. I had the music playing. I had a regular radio that had batteries in it. I was playing music. I had beer. I had my grill going, and people were like, "Yo, how you eating?" No, how you eat? Because see, I know what it is. But I'll say this, man. During the pandemic, man, it said a lot. It showed us a lot, and I hope people were paying attention that the rich were getting richer by making people suffer. Right? They were raising the rate, and they knew that demand was higher than the supply. That's why you seen $20 and $30 bottles of bleach and Lysol, the same Lysol can that was maybe $2 and $3.
I forgot about the Lysol. I'm like,
Bro,
no.
Lysol was $2 or $3, maybe $4 a can. Bro, it got so bad on Facebook, man. They had what was it? It was called
It was on Marketplace on Facebook.
Yeah, man. They had a page that was called Who Got It? And people were checking regularly to see who had stock or what. And people would flock to that. People were literally leaving work. The ones who were still going to work, they were checking out to go grab it. Me, my job title, I was considered an essential worker, working for the state.
Yeah.
You know, being a data analyst and, you know, making sure that systems were running right. I was considered a essential worker. I mean, shout out to that because, I mean, it was easy getting to work because the traffic was light, but I was still there. But people were leaving work to go get toilet paper, paper towel, hand sanitizer, you know, Clorox wipes, just, you know, disinfectant spray, right? Stuff that you could have gotten at any other time, but you were paying an inflated rate for the same product. And then you had people who were going to hoard it, people that look like you and me, they go buy it. Then they turn around and look you in the face and say, I love you, brother. But in order for you to get this can of Lysol, it's going to hit you for about $45. A can of Lysol, bro. That's all I'm saying. So I just need people to understand that the people that are in office, you got to hold their feet to the fire. And if they ain't doing what they're supposed to do, you got to make sure that they're not in office and they become a regular just like you, regardless if they're being lobbied by anybody, because you can pressure them. You can pressure them to do what you need them to do. It's all about economics, but you got to know how to play the game. I'm not telling people what to do, but there is a solution. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh yeah. It was so, you know, to me when the pandemic came around, it was just so crazy because I wasn't an essential worker. I was not essential. I was on furlough. I'm still getting a paycheck from these folks, and they want to try to talk business. I'm like, am I on furlough or am I working? You know, am I still working for the company? Like, on furlough, well, don't talk to me about no type of business until I'm actually getting paid and on the clock for the company. I don't want to hear it. And that was just my my issue right there. But when it comes down to it, that would be one of my things that I would ask when it comes down to it. Like, what will you do as the president of the United States if we ever get in a situation of what we saw in 2020? You know what I'm saying? What we saw in 2020 with the pandemic, how will you make it? How will it be different? You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Emmett. How would it be different
Right.
if we have a pandemic, if we have something like this happen again?
Right.
Because
Like,
now remember, COVID is ramping right back up. It's ramping right back up, and it's crazy. It's doing it during the damn. It's during a election year.
exactly. And but again, man, you know, and I want people to understand, man, is there were people that were on this planet in 2019 that are not here now, right? Whether you
Mm-hmm.
believe COVID was a hoax or not, that's beside the point. There are people that are not here. So yes, you need to go to your congressman and your mayor, your city council, and ask them, what is your contingency plan? Because it's not a matter of if another pandemic will happen. It's a matter of when, because that's just the nature of it. So you need to ask them, hey, what is your contingency plan? Like, what do you have lined up? Like, what have you dedicated to that to make sure that the local population has some type of relief and some type of security? And they can't avoid that question.
Mm-mm.
They can try to sidestep it, but they can't avoid that question, because if everybody's asking them the same thing and they're not asking them nothing else, they're only asking about the contingency plan. That's the only question that's on the table. So you can run for election, you can have all these nice commercials, nice ads in the paper and magazines and all that, but there's only one question on the table. What is your contingency plan? We as a collective need to know what's your contingency plan, because again, shout out to all the people that lost anyone during the pandemic. My heart goes out to you, because that's tough. That's tough, man. I mean, you know, my grandmother and my mother-in-law, um, they transitioned before the pandemic. I don't know how I would have reacted if they had been here during the pandemic and something would have happened to them then, especially knowing how the transmission happened, right? But again, you as a registered voter, yeah, you go to your local politician and you ask them, what's your contingency plan, man? And you
Mm-hmm.
hold them to the fire on it. That's just what it is.
Yeah, I need somebody like Jasmine Crockett to hold folks to the fire, because she do it all the time. Like seriously, that seriously, she be holding folks' feet to the fire in Congress.
I mean, bro, I mean, when you think about it, man, you got people who are sitting at home being told you can't move around in the public space and all that good stuff. And then you're seeing other people. Bro, it was a time, man. I just had the television on CNN and you're just seeing the numbers just kept adding up. And you're thinking, like, are one of these numbers people that I know?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And again, you ask the question, what is your contingency plan? Your mayor, your city councilman, I mean, they can be cool with you. You can know them, went to high school with them and all that. Leverage that relationship and ask them, hey, man, look, later for all the BS, what's your contingency plan? Like, what happens if this happens again? Like, what do we need to do? Like, how are you going to mitigate the situation? And if they can't answer the question, then they're unfit for the job. It's just that simple.
Right.
So we have to know where we are in order to know where we're going.
Right.
And if you have city councilmen, congressmen who are only placating to big business and not you, it's time for a change. It's just
Mm-hmm.
that simple, man. Whatever it is, you know, hey, look, they could be a great guy or great woman. That's fine. But if you don't have a contingency plan in place, again, you got kids, you got spouses, You got careers, you got pensions on the line.
Yep.
And you gotta just, hey, look, man, don't be out here gambling with my pension with some dude who got a wispy toupee. He gonna gamble it away in his own casino. And he gonna get a kickback. No. I'd rather take my chances with somebody else. That's all I'm saying, man. And you know, I just want people to be informed, to know. Again, man, when I'm on social media, I make a lot of jokes. 'Cause I do that to pass the day away, because I'm usually stuck in the data core.
Or usually do it to these folks right here.
Hey, they target number one, bro. Hey, they getting it regardless. I don't care what's going on. They gotta get it. They gonna
Hey,
get,
look.
bro. Hey, bro, an asteroid can be coming to planet Earth. They getting targeted. Bro, I'll put them in front of me, bro. You getting hit first. You getting hit first. You want to be number one so bad, you stand in line and you get hit by this asteroid. That's how serious that
Ooh,
relationship is.
your boy Jay White, he got a good question right here. What do HBCUs look like during the Trump presidency if he wins again? More
Listen,
cutting and funding?
yeah, listen.
That's what I'm gonna see.
He can talk all that talk and say that what he's done, but he ain't gonna do nothing for HBCUs, bro. He'll get them people in the same room, talk to them, make everything sound good. By the time he leave office, nothing has changed. Because again, calling people down in Lorman and ask them about that money that they owed, and people in Jackson. And you know, as much as this pains me to say it,
Mm-hmm.
people in Huntsville, what about the money that they're owed?
Yep.
Like if you ain't giving, if you're not ensuring that them people get the money that they're owed, that's due, that's overdue with interest, oh
Mm-hmm.
no. And we got nothing to talk about. Like, I mean, that needs to be on the forefront. Like when you talk about HBCUs as a president, that should be on the forefront. Like, let's go ahead and get this back debt paid. Let's do that.
Yep.
Right. That needs to be done because again, we're talking about there are infrastructural needs that need to be addressed right now. Even if, you say, well, hey, there's nothing. Nope. Mm-mm. You can't decide how we spend the money. Shout out to Tennessee State, because I read somewhere at some point the state of Tennessee basically said that Tennessee State can only do certain things with the money that they were given
Yeah.
and not let them do what they see fit to do with it. No. If you give it to me, you can't tell me how to spend it.
Yep.
That ain't how that works. So if the people down at Alcorn want to spend all their back old debt on planting flowers, I wouldn't have a problem with it. If that's what the administration sees fit to do with it, so be it. That's their right
Mm-hmm.
to do with it. They're
That's
owed that
correct.
money. So any presidential candidate, whether it's Kamala Harris or Orangeade or some Joe Blow that nobody's ever heard of, you talk about HBCUs, we're not talking about land grant institutions getting the back old money in totality. Yeah, you don't need to sit down and have a meeting with them to do nothing if you don't have that on place, because you can't say that you didn't know. You can't say that because it's been there. The debt has been owed. So,
I
um,
was I would say this. If you get VP Harris up in the office, I think part of that's going to be one of her priorities. Just from the fact that she is HBCU bred. Um, so y'all just buckle up. Y'all just buckle up. We got, we gonna spend 3.5 hours talking about politics. I told y'all I don't really talk about politics on this show, but we got to at some point in time because we got people that ask questions about they want to know what's up as far as who you feel like you want to represent the country, or even your state. But we got 4 Saturdays left. We got 4 Saturdays. We count down. We count down these Saturdays, y'all, until football season starts up. College football season.
Hey, brother, don't rush.
Oh, I ain't rushing.
Maynard's funeral is about to show up. Like that brother is not going to be there long. Shout out to Jay White and Ty. I know the season looked promising. I get it. However, it's just not looking very promising. Just let it ride. Because they savoring the moment right now. They got high hopes, but it's looking kind of shaky for them. And I really hate that. And I remember Jay White said something earlier in the year. He put up some type of wager on HBCU nightly, and I don't want him to forget that. I'm just saying.
Wait a minute. We back this Sunday, right?
Yeah.
We back this Sunday. Hey.
I'm just saying, I just want to remind Jay White that, that's what he said. I mean, yeah, I know he really wants to rush Magic City Classic. I get it. But it ain't gonna happen for you, boss. Your schedule looks shaky before you even get to Magic City. Hey, but maybe I will say though, I will say this. I'm hoping, I'm praying that maybe somewhere, somehow in the athletic department's budget, y'all have increased the size of the lettering on the back of the jerseys. Because, bro, I had my binoculars out. I had them in full zoom, and I was still struggling to read the names on the back. That's all I'm saying. And y'all was in the shade, bro. I was on the shaded side of the field. That brother said he going on a 3-0 run before the Classic.
Yeah, I better make sure Kentucky State don't get you. Kendrick said, my boy Kendrick said, they coming in with a better team this year. And they're not gonna be run base.
Jay White just said they going on a 3-0 run before the Classic.
Y'all going on a 3? Are y'all gonna kick a field goal with Auburn, and then Auburn goes just score 70 straight on y'all?
That brother said 3-0 run.
How you feel about we got Cousin Stan gave y'all top 25 vote? Bama State.
I respect it. I respect it. I will say this. We got to prove it. I appreciate the vote, but we gotta prove it on the field, because again, man, we talk about sports all day, but at the end of the day, once you get down on that field, when that whistle blown and that kickoff happen, hey, it's play by play. It is what it is. So we got to do it. You know what I mean? So I will say though, for some schools in the SWAC, teams that where it's like I don't know, man. I think it's maybe like a brick red and cream color. I'm not really sure what the color pattern is, but it ain't looking good for them. Maybe a off burgundy color, off white bone color. I don't know what it is, but it's looking shaky for them. So shout out to Jay White, man. Looking forward to it. I hope Jay White is present at Magic City Classic. I don't want him to run and say, yo, he had something to do. or he had to work, something like that. Like, I don't want him to make no excuses. I want him to be there. Don't leave before the third quarter. Don't do that. Don't leave right after the halftime show. Don't do that. I want him to actually stay for the whole game. Like when the final clock says 0, I want him to know this is what it is. Y'all beating FAMU, Jackson State, and Bethune? What? Before the Classic?
Nah, they ain't happening, man.
Man, hold on. He said that. He said that in the chat.
He drunk. He drunk.
He said that.
He drunk.
I give you FAMU. They got some, the whole 237 thing, okay. But Jackson State, Bethune, they reloading. Okay. Man. Okay.
Hey,
Well,
drunk. You drunk. You drunk,
I don't know what he's
man.
drinking over there, man. I know what it is. It's that E&J. It's that damn E&J. That's what it is.
He said you on that Erkin jerk.
He on that damn E&J. Man, somebody come get that brother said I hope it ain't that E&J peach, dog. Cause hey, that's even worse. Man.
Hey, look, we look, like I said, we got 4 weeks, 4 Saturdays. Well, for Jackson State, we got 3.5 because we play on Thursday night. So down in Monroe.
How you feel about Monroe, man?
What I'm hearing, they got a brand new team. They team is brand new, regardless. From what I'm hearing, transfer quarterback from Oklahoma, General Booty. I think he should be the starter.
That's a wild name, bro.
But he comes from a whole line of quarterbacks.
Is that John David Booty's relative?
Yes. Yes.
Man. Hey, that's a wild name.
That's a wild name, but that's a football family right there.
It is, bro. But like, hey, man, put a hyphen between it or something. Like, just pick a last name that just kind of hyphenated, but General Booty, like, oh, okay.
Yeah, Josh Booty, John David Booty, General Booty. It's one more out there.
Just know.
One more out there. Yeah.
Just know if he don't live up to the hype, his last name is woo. He provides ammunition.
They all from Shreveport. It's synonymous with Louisiana.
I mean, okay, so he's the quarterback, but what about the other weapons though? What about the run game? What about passing game? I mean, receivers.
Boy, man, most of these dudes that ULM got came from the Mississippi JUCO.
Okay.
I'm telling you, the coach came in and did a whole 360. Y'all thought y'all was mad at, I ain't gonna lie to you, y'all thought y'all was mad at Dion for getting rid of a whole bunch of folks off the damn team. This team is super new.
Okay. I mean,
super new.
Okay. So what do you give your chance?
I think we have a chance. We could probably win by at least 3. Now, if their defense ain't on point, I think we can win by 10. And then just got news that ULM top 6 pass catchers left. God dang.
Top 6.
Mm-hmm.
Good God, man.
Delaware State got to go all the way to Hawaii.
They do, man. I hate that for them. I get it, but I hate that for them. That's
Somebody said that. Who said that Delaware State's coach already looked defeated from MEAC MEAC Media Day. Like, Nick, I do not want to be here. Like, man, y'all seen their schedule, but they do got a good quarterback in what's his name?
We got his son back there. Man, let me look up their schedule.
It's Marquis Adams. Marquis Adams.
Man, let me look up their schedule, man, and see what they looking like, bro. Because hey,
that schedule is nasty. That nasty work,
bro.
Now let me get my shady McCoy word up in here.
Hawaii,
crazy work.
Hawaii, Sacred Heart, Wagner, Richmond, Campbell, St. Francis, Robert Morris. Then
that's just the first 6 games, right? That's the first 7 games right there,
bro. That's and all of them out of bro in conference, bro. They open up in conference with South Carolina State, bro.
South Carolina State.
Then how?
They at Orangeburg too, right?
Yes. Then they're at Howard. Then they play Morgan State. Then they go to Norfolk. Then
they're not gonna
get
a win. I don't think they get a win against Norfolk.
Bro, looking at this schedule, look,
1-11, maybe 1-12.
Unless St. Francis is super trash, and unless Robert Morris is super trash,
he might get one against Robert Morris.
Bro, I don't see a win on this schedule at all.
They might either get St. Francis or Robert Morris, but other than that, you already behind the 8 ball. You gotta go all the way. That's freaking almost 9,000 miles,
bro,
to Hawaii.
They go to Hawaii. Based off their schedule, their official schedule says Hawaii. They play them on Sunday, the 25th. Turn around the following Saturday, the 31st, and play at Sacred Heart. Bro, they on the road for 10 days. Because, I mean, they're going to get to Hawaii probably, a couple days early. But you fly to Hawaii, then you turn around, and you fly back to, bro, when they get off the plane from Hawaii,
jet lag like a motherfucker.
They're going to be headed back to Connecticut. Bro.
At least it'll be a short drive for them.
Yeah, it's a short drive, but bro, look, hey, don't even drive. Just when you fly from Hawaii, just fly straight into Connecticut, bro. Just save gas money. Don't even drive up there, bro. Just fly straight in and tell somebody to come pick you up. Because the schedule they got, it look real shaky. Bro, to open up with South Carolina State. And I have this eerie feeling. I don't know what's going on in Orangeburg, but I have this feeling that something is brewing in Orangeburg that the MEAC don't want to see. Shout out to Josh. I get it. But it's something in South Carolina State right now that I don't think the MEAC is going to go the way MEAC fans want it to go.
You know who we got to ask about that? Got to ask Kobe about that.
Well, you know what he going to say.
I told y'all. I said I'd rather have Black Thanos anywhere else but at Southern University.
Oh, I'm glad. I think South Carolina State is a great place for him. I think it is beneficial. I think that's a great way to spread competition out.
And to follow a legend too.
Yeah, 100%. Like, he didn't need to be in the SWAC. Like, there was no need. Because I was on the parade to make sure that whatever happened, if he applied for a SWAC job.
Stay on the East Coast. I do not need Black Thanos in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I did not need him at Alcorn. Didn't need him at Grambling. Just specifically, we did not need him at Southern. Just
bro,
because.
Look, I would have did some investigation and found he ain't cutting his grass the right way just to make sure he ain't get the job in the swag. Bro, I don't even care if he applied for the Pine Bluff job. No, he don't need to be in the swag at all. Stay where you at, brother. Because, bro, he got people in South Carolina State. Bro, he pulled Phoenix. He got
And
Phoenix
pull a
right
half
there.
of this Benedict team too.
Right. So you know what the playbook gonna be like.
What?
You know
You
what the
got
playbook
Phoenix.
gonna be like.
You got Phoenix. That's a left-hander. He ain't the quickest guy, but he's big enough and he can run away from you and he can run over you.
And he healthy because he didn't
And he
really get a
healthy.
chance to showcase at Murray, so he healthy. So it ain't like he coming off an injury or nothing like that. Like he healthy. So healthy guy, know the system. Yeah, stay where you at, brother. Cause could you imagine him going to Southern and bringing Phoenix down there and have his squad from Benedict down to Baton Rouge?
It wouldn't be fair.
BJ will be just ecstatic. He'll pull out that
It wouldn't have.
iPad and just show you the margin of victory. I'm glad that Orangeburg and its alums pooled together and made this happen. Shout out to everybody, every graduate, every fan of South Carolina State. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. I know, man. I think it's gonna be a great season, though, man. What we got coming up? I
I
will
got the
say,
OBC coming up.
OBC gonna be good, man. You know who I am interested in though, because Otto Coons, he reported to camp late.
Yeah.
That's
Somebody
what
said
I'm.
that I thought he wasn't. I thought they said he wasn't even there no more. I'm like, hold on now.
Yes,
Hold
I
on
mean,
now.
so he reported late. So I'm like, what's going on? Because there are some people who, probably wanted that job, and so like, what was that all about for him to hold out like that? And I'm not saying that he held out. Maybe he had some other stuff going on, but what was that all about? Because you're talking about he would be, if I'm not mistaken, he's the elder statesman in the MEAC.
Yes, he is.
And so,
He's the most experienced quarterback in the MEAC, followed by Taj Williams from Morgan State and Walker Harris. Oh, Marquis Adams. I forgot Marquis Adams for Delaware State. He played significant minutes last season too, but he is the elder statesman in the MEAC. Now, let's just say if Eric Phoenix would have came to South Carolina State last year, then it would have been Phoenix. Now,
yeah,
Phoenix got more. He got more starts than Coons, than pretty much the majority of the quarterbacks in the MEAC.
yeah. I
Walker
look
Harris
forward
only
to
got
seeing.
3.
I want to see what he can do, man. At this level, you know me, man, bro. I was championing him to come down to Montgomery. I mean,
You
I was
and
chatting
her.
with some folks
You
to say,
you and
hey, he's
her. You and
available.
her was like. You and her was like, hey, we need that man.
Hey, I was politicking, man. I was reaching out to folks to say, look, he's available, bro. When he dropped it on the timeline, I ain't even respond, bro. I took a screenshot and said, yo, somebody need to holler at him,
Yeah.
like ASAP. But I get it. He moved on to Murray State. I thought it was unfortunate what happened there. I don't think they really gave him the reps
No chance.
that he needed at Murray State, because I really believe that he could have taken that job and been the starter. But it is what it is. But I'm glad that he's able to come back in the HBCU space and link back up with Coach Chinnis. I look forward to see what's happening, man, down in Orangeburg, man. I put my money. I think the MEAC championship, I will say that right now it looks like it's coming through Orangeburg, bro. Either Orangeburg or Durham, and I I put
I,
that up against any unless Morgan State finds some type of offense.
I said Morgan State, but I wouldn't be remiss if don't go back down to Chocolate City.
I mean, unless they find some offense, I'd see is either Orangeburg or Durham. Um,
Well, but the thing is with Howard is the fact that their center caller left, he gone. I
yep,
mean, so you got a new one, but you still got a trio of running backs in the room. You got a good core of receivers. You still got a massive offensive line. Your defense is straight, and then you got one of the best. You got probably the best defensive player in the conference in Kenny Gallup.
true. But you got to get that
So
offensive play calling though. You think about it, man. Their their offensive play calling in the national championship game.
that pissed me off.
It was like, bro, like, what are you doing? Like, did you just get away from your entire philosophy? You trying to throw the game away or what? Because
He threw the game away.
right, because like you had the opportunity to make it a real game, and then all of a sudden we're looking at plays and offensive strategy that you haven't ran all year long, and all of a sudden now you're behind enemy lines. And hey, fam, you capitalize. I mean, I give them credit for
Yeah.
that, but I'll say that um, hopefully, hopefully for Howard, if they want to be competitive, they may need to make a statement early on, because if not, it's gonna be a tough hill to climb, man. Especially if them folks down in Orangeburg and them folks down in Durham get rolling, and it'd be hard to stop, man.
Oh yeah. I ain't gonna, and then I'm not gonna sleep on them boys up in Charm City.
Hope not, man.
I ain't gonna sleep on them boys from the wire.
Nah,
'Cause
man. I think for Morgan, defensively, they have a
it's
team.
the NFL is a damn near NFL type defense.
Yeah, I give them that. Like, hey, I will not take that away from them. Like, if even last year, bro, they had they had Central up against the ropes.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
had Central up
And,
against the
and if
ropes.
Central didn't throw that, and if Davis did throw that touchdown pass, with like what 6-7 minutes left in the game.
Bro, they had Central up against the ropes, dog, and it's like, yo, what happened? And I will say, maybe they're, I don't know, a couple of players away. But if they can find the pieces that they need to coalesce offensively,
Mm-hmm.
whew, they're gonna be tough to stop, man. Because I mean, if you're not establishing a run game on them and you being forced to pass
Yeah,
erratically, it's gonna be a bad game plan for you. It's kind of hard to game plan for a team that you can't get any ground momentum on, and you having to throw it deep most of the time. That'll be tough for them. So we're gonna see, man.
yeah, yeah. We're gonna see, man. We gonna talk. We're gonna get back into football talk. This weekend, we're gonna look at the preseason poll that came out from Light On Sports. So we're gonna talk about that, discuss that, probably do that tomorrow, and then Saturday, going to get into some more MEAC on Saturday afternoon before we get into the SWAC Saturday with Timona Saturday night. So, man, y'all make sure y'all get ready for all this football. And then We back in the fold, HBCU Nightly. We are back in the fold on Sunday, August the what was it? August the 5th.
The 5th?
Or are we back this weekend? Is it Sunday or this
No,
this
it's the 4th. Sunday's the 4th.
the 4th? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So we back on that Sunday the 4th. So if you hear me do my take, I'm gonna be doing it from work. uh so don't boo me or nothing like that. Just bear with your boy because I do have a regular paying job. Um so other than that, we are still trying to get everything ramped up to do the content for Southern University of New Orleans for the athletics. So trying to get that settled out, get that out the way and settled because volleyball season starts this month. That's volleyball season starts this month. Y'all don't know it starts this month. In fact, it starts in like a week or so.
Absolutely, man. Shout out to all those HBCU programs, man. Make sure y'all support. Um, Go to some of them games, man. Those games are dope. Tap in when you can, if you can. Show their support, man. Those kids need it.
Yep. Yep. And other than that, we got if you talk about SIAC football on I think we're gonna do that on Twitter. I'm getting in touch with Kendrick, so we're gonna talk more about SIAC football again, and then we got CIAA football we could talk about. Then we still got to get into our independents, Langston, A&T, Hampton, and Tennessee State. Let's talk about we got FLOMO, Florida Memorial is an independent also. So we got some football to talk about. Got a whole bunch of football to talk about. Who will the MEAC champion have more than 6 wins this season? I don't know the MEAC champion and Lincoln, Missouri, but I would say they don't count. But Lincoln, Missouri, I do got to count them. Will the MEAC have more than 6 wins this season? The MEAC champion. Depending on what schedule they got, I think the one probably with the better schedule to maybe even get 8 wins would be Howard, even Morgan State. Morgan State, I think their schedule gets them, they can get 8 wins. You just got to see how their quarterback play is. Also, remember this season for CIAA, St. Augustine University, it will not be competing in no sports this year. They are strictly focusing on their financial situation. Allen and Edward Waters become full members of the NCAA Division II ranks. Shout out to them.
Shout out to Joshua Cox too, man. He was able to level up from Allen. He took on the director of regional development role at Notre Dame. So, shout out to him. It's good to see,
oh yeah,
brother, level up. I hope Allen can, backfill that position, someone that, can, keep that momentum going. So shout out to him.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We're gonna talk about this tomorrow too. We're gonna talk about this tomorrow. We're gonna do this tomorrow afternoon around 4:00. We're gonna talk about why in the hell FAMU is now just signing Patrick Crary to his deal where they could have done it 2-3 months ago. We're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about that. If I gotta call Herb on here to talk about this, man. This, you know what? Yeah, we're gonna talk about that for real. So that's my next show tomorrow afternoon at we're gonna do it at 4, and then my last show is gonna be at 7. So yeah, we're gonna talk about that because that makes no damn sense. But all right, man, we're gonna get up out of here. We've been on this thing for almost 4 hours, y'all. Talk about politics, then we started talking about football. Make sure you go out there and register to vote if you haven't done it already. Also, make sure that you vote with your conscience and not with your emotions.
Absolutely. I appreciate you having me on, bro.
Appreciate you, bro. So we done had a good look. This has been a good show, and for me to do 4 hours, whoo! I gotta go in and look at some of this stuff and clip some of this stuff because it was some bars that were said. But other than that, man, we'll be back here tomorrow at 4 p.m. Fam, you on that bullshit. That is the title of the next show. But make sure that you like the stream. Make sure that you comment and share. Most of all, subscribe to the channel. Also, for them folks that's on Twitter right now, that's watching on Twitter, make your way to the dark side on YouTube and hit that subscribe button. Also, make sure if you want to, you can always become a member of the hottest HBCU show that's on right now at $4.99 for just regular membership, nothing more, nothing less. And always, we are always still looking for donations out there. You can always donate on PayPal, PayPal, Cash App, or Zelle. Always look at the link, where you can send it at below on the ticker. But with that being said, y'all, I am Doc Holliday. This has been the voice of HBCU culture in the sports. This has been HBCU Nightly tonight. I'm sorry. I'm thinking about Sunday. This has been HBCU Tonight, powered by HBCU Overdrive. Always make sure that you be blessed, stay safe, hug your loved ones, and go out there and register to vote. I'm about to get up off this thing because I'm hungry. Oh, just let y'all know, man, your boy I got chopped up on the side, got a little beard going over here, so I feel like a new man. Feel like a new man today. But I love y'all. Y'all mean the world to me. We out this thing. Let me go ahead and get this thing out the way. Oh, guess what? And for all them haters that say they're not going to vote, you got something to say.
Man, fuck all you hoes. Fuck you and your mammy and your granny too. Man, fuck all you hoes. I'm sick of this shit. Fuck all you hoes. Man, fuck all you. Don't give a damn, bitch, what you wanna do. Man, fuck all you hoes.
I know I had to do it. Y'all be easy. Peace.